All right, so now we are all live.
Good morning, everyone. You are warmly welcome to this opening event of the virtual art exhibition called Unidentified Sculptured Objects, USO. This exhibition was made by the student of Keuda's Pekka Halonen Academy in Finland and Tartu Art School in Estonia. My name is Tea Tetri. I'm from 3D Bear and I participated in this project as a facilitator. Let's have a look at the program of the day. First, Teija Lehtola from Keuda will tell about this project. What is it about? And then Jussi Kajala from 3D Bear will tell how the exhibition was created technically. And after the short break, we will get to know the art school involved in the project, and the art students are presenting their amazing artworks. Then there is a lunch break. After the lunch break, we will see more these amazing artworks of these talented art students. After the artworks, we will have our first artist guest. He is the Finnish artist, Jiri Geller, who is a Finnish sculptor, pop artist, and one of the best known new generation Finnish artists internationally. And he is going to comment on the artworks of the students. After the visit of Jiri Geller, futurologist and serial entrepreneur Pekka Salokannel will tell us about Cryptoart. Then we will have a small break, short break again, and after that we will meet our foreign artist guest from Ukraine. Alex Maxio is a 3D street artist and will tell about the making of his art. Then Sara Käkönen and Nenna Kaunisto from 3D Bear will tell you how you can make an exhibition with augmented reality. And then there is a panel discussion about virtual art, for example, about the relation of the virtual art and the traditional art, the future of virtual art, and the collection of virtual art. And at 4 o'clock, we close this event. Welcome, everyone. So let's start. Teija and Jussi, the stage is yours.
Thanks, Thea. And I cannot be really more excited to be here today. This is a fantastic project, and I'm really proud of the work that Keuda, Pekka Halonen, and Tartu Kunstikoulu students have done today. And it's really the first in the world exhibition of this kind, where we use augmented reality to showcase student works, and there's anamorphic art. So that means, by the way, if you don't know the concept, secret messages. So many of the works that you will see today made by students involve these puzzles. You need to turn them around, look them from different angles to reveal meanings or secret messages involved. And I think that's really great. And I'm really excited to see what's being created and what's being done, and to be able also to participate many of your viewers. So another thing I say immediately is that you can also watch the augmented reality exhibition. Not only watch, but try it yourself with your mobile phone. So you can bring it live to your location, wherever you are in the world, on your mobile. And I'll describe how that works later here. But maybe we'll start off with some introductions. So my name is Jussi Kojala. I'm the CEO and founder of 3D Bear. And we've been facilitating this process for Keuda and Tartu. I'm really loving it. And with me, I have Teija Lehtola here, who's the arts teacher in Keuda Pekka Halonen art school. And she's been the forerunner of using augmented reality, 3D scanning, these new technologies, new ways of digital art. So, Teija, do you want to also introduce yourself?
Hello, everybody. I'm Teija Lehtola, and I'm graphic design teacher in Pekka Halonen Academy. And really, we have a many cooperation projects with 3D Bear, and this is the one of them. And I'm very proud of our teachers and students who have made this, and I'm very happy what you all have done. Maybe that's something about me, but what you want to hear next?
So I guess both Teija and I, we have prepared presentations, so we can show them in turn, to describe, what is 3D art, AR, and Anamorphosis, how we created the exhibition. Teija, do you want that I start?
Yes, it's okay.
All right. Yeah. And then you can prepare to show your part, and you can also show the video then if you want.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just give a first brief background. So this what you see today has been done in an international Erasmus Plus project between Pekka Halonen Art School in Finland, Keuda, and Tartu School in Estonia. So it's actually a virtual arts exchange. And before COVID, these arts exchange programs meant actual physical mobility. So people from Finland go to Estonia, they spend some time there, study, and vice versa. But during COVID-19, this has been very difficult to organize. So what we've done instead, well, we can also have this physical mobility later, I guess. But what we've done instead is that we've done this virtual arts exchange where students, we connect over Teams or Zoom or whatever medium we use, and we create virtual art that is like showcased today. And this is easy to transport from, Keuda to Tartu or Tartu to Keuda, and it enables new forms of collaboration fueled by this, COVID-19 crisis, and really unnecessary for international collaboration during these times. So it all started from there, and actually Teija is the mother of this idea. So she's the first who thought about doing this, and I'm sure Teija will talk a little bit more about in her talk soon. But let me just give you a brief background about AR, anamorphosis, and a little background about 3D Bear, us as a company, and myself. I'll be with you the whole day, kind of co-hosting and helping Teija to run the show today. So first of all, augmented reality is, you might know Pokemon Go. Kids and grown-ups like me, they run around monsters in park, and through their mobile phone, they see a Pokemon monster, which you can catch by throwing a ball at them. And then when you catch it, it becomes part of your collection. But what is augmented in Pokemon Go is the fact that you see the real surroundings using your phone, and then the Pokemon monster appears like as added, augmented to the actual reality. So that's the virtual part which is added to our real world, or augmented. That's where the word comes from. So basically it means virtual objects added to our real world that you can see through a mobile phone. Just like in today's program, you'll see virtual artwork that you can add to your own surroundings, and I will soon tell you how. All right, so that's augmented reality and how it is used today. Teija will talk a little bit more about 3D art. I already mentioned what is anamorphosis, so it's this kind of maybe Erich and Teija later can provide the formal definitions, but to me as a layman, it really means, secret messages that you find when you look at the artwork from different angles or turning them around. So maybe in magazines, you have seen maybe this picture of, if you look it in one way, it's an old woman. If you look it in another way, it's a young woman. So that's an anamorphic piece of art. And vice versa. If you look from a different angle, you see actually a different picture. So this has been around for quite a long time. You've seen these kind of optical puzzles in newspapers, magazines, maybe art exhibitions. But today it's the really first time we bring them into augmented reality in this way. They have existed in like 3D art, obviously, before as well, but no one has brought them to AR like this before. So I'm really happy that we are doing something that's really unique globally today. All right, but let me just give you a brief background of the organization I represent, 3D Bear. So we are a startup education technology company coming from Helsinki, Finland. We are considered to be one of the EdTech stars in Nordics, and we have offices in Helsinki and New York in the United States. We are 10 people with pedagogical, technical, and business backgrounds. And what we do is that we provide virtual learning environments for vocational schools or anybody interested in education, creating AR VR experiences like the one that you see today, and making sure that you get everything you need to create, for example, this virtual arts exhibition. And just having a 1-minute helicopter view of what's going on in the world, there's this thing called COVID-19 that you might have heard of. And it's has changed the world radically, the biggest epidemic after the Spanish flu 100 years ago. And now it's changing, or has changed radically how the education is done. And what's been going on in different schools around the world, that they're using Microsoft Teams, Zoom, Google Classroom, Moodle, these tools. And they've been okay for teaching theory remotely. But how do you do an arts exhibition if you cannot, go to cable factory to see it? Or how do you learn to cook if you don't get to kitchen? Well, you really can't. And this is what these virtual learning environments answer. So think about it also today. During COVID-19, we are organizing now an art exhibition that anyone can access through a mobile phone. And that's the power of the virtual learning environments. And here's some of the benefits when you use AR and VR education that they offer. But that was very brief background of 3D Bear and the organization I represent, and then we're going back to today's theme, the virtual arts exhibition. So on the right, you see how it works. This is not the actual models you will see today, because I want you to be surprised. They will come here as, ta-da, this is the work. So on the right, you see a mobile solution where you can look through these models in augmented reality. You can move them around, you can turn them, you can, try to find the secret messages, you can change their color, you can interact with art. So this is what you can do today. And here you see the kind of a process of creating them. Some of the works that you see today have been 3D scanned, some of them have been directly 3D modeled, but nonetheless, they are made into a 3D object collection that you can access on mobile phone and bring them live wherever you are. So how do you do it? And you do it like this. So how this is now important, and I will show this several times today. And also I will do a demonstration after Teija has done her presentation of me demoing here live how you do it. But this is instructions for all the viewers currently how you're not going to access the arts exhibition. So download 3D Bear application in App Store or Google Play. It's written here together, 3D B Bear. Make heed of how it's written, so make sure you type it right. And then when you are in 3D Bear, you need to search for Keuda Tartu models. I will show you later how, but you will basically find them after you press green plus, and then there's this magnifying glass, which is like the search field, and there you write this term, so then you get access to the models. I will show it after Teija's done her part of the presentation, and I'm happy to tell you that complementary to this project, we offer 1 month free trial subscription in 3D Bear for everybody who's accessing the application today. So it's free to use. This doesn't cost you anything. You need to cancel the subscription, obviously, but that's how systems work nowadays. But you can try it for free, and you can access these models complementary to the exhibition. And then when you have the models, just bring them in your living room or wherever you are, create a scene, and then your task is to solve the anamorphic puzzles. Try to figure out what's the thing in each of these pieces of the art. And finally, if you like, take a picture and then you can share it. Create an AR story, like an Insta story. You can do it as well, and you can share it with this hashtag, and we can watch together how the works created by this hashtag propagate all around the world, what kind of works are done, and we can monitor them during the day. So basically that's the idea. Get the 3D Bear app, search for these models, create a scene with these models, solve the puzzles, and share it with others with the hashtag KeudaTartu. And let me just show as a glimpse. You will now see some of the actual works in the next couple of slides, how it's gonna look like when you do it. So let me just put here. So this is one of the artworks involved. I will let you to kind of guess what is it, or what's special in it. But now I think this is in this beautiful Finnish lake scenery. I think somewhere in Espoo, possibly. And there's this wolf. Is it wolf, by the way? I don't know. I should be maybe turning it around to see what it is. On a pier, watching the kind of lake over here. So this is what you can do if you then bring it. Or here are a couple of other pictures in like this kind of a traditional Finnish, I guess this could be Estonian scenery as well. So here's a rowing boat, and there's this cat. Looks a little bit lazy, doesn't it? On the kind of a rower's seat.
Hey, Juise.
Yes.
Oh, hyvä.
Thanks. And then there's I wonder what this is. It looks like a hand, like with really artistic fingers, kind of, or pieces in different places around it. But I wonder if I can, manipulate that object somehow, like make it bigger maybe, or change the color, or turn it around. Maybe it will reveal something. Now it's just on the stump, and it looks pretty puzzling what's going on here. So that's another work that you'll get to try. And what is this? A cowboy. Is it a cowboy? What is it doing? It's gonna shoot me? Well, I don't know. I better bring my gun and see what is going on. But give it a try. So as a reminder, this is how now all the viewers of this exhibition can access the artworks. And after Teija's presented her introduction, I will show you like concretely how you do it, like from my phone, casting it on the screen. But now, Teija, please feel free to share next and tell the viewers more about how's the process gone, and I think you have some videos also to show. So Teija, when you're now sharing, make sure that you click that optimize for full screen video and share computer sound tick boxes in Zoom on the top left. Sorry, bottom left. You've got them?
Try. Yes. I try. Maybe you have this video already there because I put it in your files. You can take it if you can share it there. But anyway, I can tell you something about this project. We have in Pekka Halonen Academy a lot of this students' mobility. So that was the real problem when this Corona came and nobody can go anywhere. Everybody had to stay home, and we couldn't send students anywhere at this time. So I'm wondering how we can do this students' mobility in like virtual, and how we can do something that we can see and fix and do by hand and share that our art and so on. And I get the idea that maybe we can use this 3D app, and then I called to the Jussi and asked, is this idea, can we do something for the students' mobility? And Jussi said, yes, I have a couple ideas. And then I contacted this Tartu Art School's student mobility coordinator, Ave Leek. Maybe Ave is there, somewhere there. So, and asked Ave, are you and your school and your students interested to come to this project? And actually, I didn't know in that time what we're going to do. I have a little idea that maybe we can do something physical and then add it to this augmented reality. So that was the starting point. I mean, nobody knows what's going to happen, but we have an idea, and that is the main point. And after that, Tartu School joined to this project, and we started before Christmas time. The first meeting was the Christmas time. We as teachers and the Ready Bear come together, and then we start and we make a plan. And January, it might be January when we start together with students. Yeah, and there and Jussi made good timetable and keep us attention about this project. And then we have 4 workshops, and then we start make physical art. And Tartu School made this in 3D programs and so on. And when this model and this art became created like true and physical, then we started to scan these projects. Jussi might be told more about this technical process, but the main point was in this students' mobility that I think the main point is that students can share their ideas and show what they have done, tell about their ideas, and use the language, use their own professional language and skills and vocabulary. I think that is the good point. And also you can tell about your own art projects and also get ideas from the others. And so that's why I think it's very good that we have made it like two different schools make them this art together. And maybe students have learned something about this project. I think you have, and also teachers have. Maybe that is the short version about this, how this all starts. This cooperation start. But have we any problems? You might ask. And yes, we have. We have problems about how we all can together in same time or same teams or Zoom or meet. And the timing is quite difficult sometimes, but everything that maybe mostly we all were together. But the communication was really good. And maybe that's the point of this student mobility. What do you think? Can you share, Jussi, this video, or because this video we show how was this trip, how we made everything. So I think there was much more than my explanation. So what do you think? Can we see this video? Did you get it? You see this video?
So I'm looking and actually I don't see it at the moment. Do you have it on your computer?
Yes, I have. Okay.
So maybe you try sharing and we can see if it streams well.
It works.
No.
Yes, I go there and desktop.
And remember to click these two boxes. Optimize for full screen video and share computer sound. Did you, Teija?
No, I didn't.
So
can you see my desktop now?
Yes, but stop share because we don't hear the sound unless you click these two boxes. So now share again, and you selected the right thing, the desktop. But then at the bottom left there are two important boxes.
Yes, sound, share, and optimize the video clipping. Yes, share.
Right.
Just ask me something. Maybe.
Answer yes, I guess.
No, it's don't ask yes. Can you see now my screen?
Yes.
Can you see here?
Try pressing play so we see if it's out. Stop it like after pressing and let's see what happens.
Can you hear?
Yeah. Yes. Let's run it. That was great,
Yes.
Teija. And it showed some of the physical artworks, the creation process, the scanning process, and then some of the augmented art in different environments, right?
Okay, there was hold this project in 2 minutes, so it's quite quickly. But anyway, you see what mainly happened in this whole time, what we have done, and I'm still so happy that everything happens. I'm sorry about this Tartu student project that I didn't get it. I don't know how big we can scale it, but this was my version about your art, and some of them might be a little bit smaller or bigger or something like that. But I made this short. What you see there in the pictures, there was this. I was in a cable factory when we made buildings this exhibition, so that's why I try to put them in a stand in this art. Yes.
So thanks, Teija. And do you want that I now show how to access the exhibition?
Yes, yes, please.
So maybe that finishes off our introduction part in the end. So let me just take the screen back from you and remind all the viewers of this stream of how to access the exhibition. So here are the instructions. So download 3D Bear application in App Store, Google Play. And when you're in, search for Keuda Tartu models in the app. And don't be afraid when it asks for subscription. You get 1 month free. You can cancel it anytime. It's complimentary. And then you can get the models. You can create a scene, solve the anamorphic puzzles, and then you can share it with the hashtag Keuda Tartu. So let me just show you now a live demo of how that actually works if you have not been able to complete these instructions. And maybe later, if you're wondering, how this works, you can come back to this point of the stream to look at, how it was done, maybe during the break or anything. Or if there are any questions regarding this process, maybe I actually live add here a comment of what you can do. Just a second. So if there are any questions regarding using 3D Bear application, contact Pekka Salokannel, who's the famous designer behind the application. So Pekka will help you to solve any problems that you might have. All right, but I'll connect from another computer now. So just bear with me for a minute from here. All right, hello. You see me in my office over there. And soon you will see the screen of my mobile. There you go. Hop. So now after you've downloaded the 3D Bear application, you see that here at the bottom right, it reads 3D Bear. It has this red background and this logo that is actually a bear's paw. So I click it and it opens. It says, can I send you notifications? You can say okay or not okay, whatever you want. It says turn on the sounds and it will first play a demo. So if you want to sign up, please do. There's ways of signing up with Google or Microsoft, so it's really easy. And my app is in Finnish, your app is in English or your native language, and then you can just, sign up. This will make it easier for you to later access the solution. So I will just sign up here. I very temporarily stop sharing so you don't see my password. And then when you've signed up, Let me just continue sharing. You see kind of AR stories like this. So soon, I think some of the artwork stories will show up here with this Keuda Tartu hashtag, but don't worry about that. Just press this green plus button at the bottom. This green plus, not the thing that's like, shining, not that. The green plus button at the bottom middle. So I click that and it asks, can I use the camera? Please allow the camera, because otherwise it cannot use augmented reality. And now I'm in this view. Remember we spoke about this Pokemon Go in the beginning, looking at my surroundings. And here in the search field, I type Keuda Tartu. And this will provide me the access to the anamorphic art, to the exhibitions. So I select one. I select the Opionado by Catherine Jets. And it'll download it and then bring it. See, it appears here in my living room. And then I press this green thing and it's there. Now I need to figure what is going on. So maybe I zoom it with this picture moment. Okay, so there's a tornado. What am I supposed to do with it? I can move it with my fingers around. Maybe if I'm next to a lake, I can put it there, or if I'm, in some really nice scenery in Finland, I can place it there in Estonia, or in New York, or wherever in the world you are, in Australia. But I was told that this contains secret messages, so next I need to find them. So you see at the bottom different ways of modifying this, and at the bottom middle you see this arrow which says rotate in English, in Finnish pyöritä. So I click that and let me just try rotating it a little. Hold on. What's going on? So can I find something? No, nothing. Maybe that's not the way to do it. Maybe I rotate it like this and let's see what happens. Hold on. There's something. Can you see it? There's definitely something over there. Oh, it's on the other side. It's over there. It's over there. Okay, maybe I'm finally finding it. It's a little tricky, but I do see something. So there's something. Let's look at it. Is it a word? What is it? There's something, but I don't... Oh, there. Do you see it? It says doesn't matter. It's a little hidden. Now I see better. Doesn't matter. So I found a word. Maybe I didn't rotate it as well as I could. Oh, there's something. Look at that. Oh, that's certainly... It's maybe hidden in the tornado. So I wonder what else is there. Do these form a sentence with some sort of a secret code? But by doing operations like this, I can now reveal the secret messages in each work. Let me just take another, to give you kind of a glimpse what else is out there. Maybe, I turn around and maybe I put this now on my yard instead of here in the boring indoors. So there's this sort of statue. Let's see what happens when I bring that out. Interesting. There it is. Okay. This was the one that we saw on the stump in the slideshow, remember? So I wonder, what do I do with that? Do I change the color? Let me just try rotating again first, because it's a really simple thing to do. So look at this. It brings out a different, distinct shape when I rotate it around. What if... okay, so let's put it... Another. Maybe if I stretch it a little, it can do some other things. So here's the 1D scaling thing. Let me just stretching it. Can I reveal something else if I just, change the dimensions a little? maybe I can. And now that I've created something of my own using this art, I can then take a photo. It says, can I store it? Please give permission that you can share it. And now I can just put here the hashtag Keuda Tartu and then publish from the bottom right. And now it becomes part of this exhibition feed that we will be monitoring during the day, looking at the works that you're creating all around the world, joining this augmented art anamorphic exhibition that way. So that was the short introduction of how you can now access the art exhibition and participate in it yourself. And as a reminder, I think we are out of time, and Thea will stop me very angrily soon. But let me just give you this summary slide again, just to remind you, how did I do this? I downloaded 3D Bear app. I searched from the after green plus, there was this magnifying glass. I searched for Keuda Tartu models with free access to 3D Bear. And then I created a scene. I solved some puzzles using these artworks, and I shared the scene I created with hashtag Keuda Tartu. And any trouble you have, please just contact Pekka, and Pekka will solve it for you. All right, back to Thea then.
So actually we are ahead of time. So we have still 15 minutes. So you can continue, okay. Jussi, if you want.
So I was rushing and you tell me that we have still time. Well, that's good.
Yes.
Teija, do you want to show some of the presentation you did in Murros to kind of further talk about the process, what we did, and maybe, we saw this video now, but it would be great to hear it in your own words, what we did and what was the process, and maybe I can supplement that with technical description. Is that okay, Teija?
Yes. You mean that what we last Thursday?
Yes.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah. So do you want to share that?
Yes, I share. Wait a little. Yeah. Now you can see my desktop. Is it okay? Yeah. And where I start, here or here?
You can go there, but maybe I can mention it that we kind of first time we presented about this concept, and I hope many of the viewers today are coming from Keuda Murros. So this is one of the maybe the biggest XR event in Finland, very famous with a lot of keynote speakers from Western Europe leaders from Microsoft, Risto Linturi. So Teija and I, we had the honor and opportunity of presenting our arts exhibition there, and I hope many of the viewers today come from the great Keuda Murros event.
Yes, and we have made web courses, online web courses, and this is maybe the main point in this slide, that we have made together with 3D Bear these courses, this augmented reality, so students and teachers can make these courses by themselves. So that's all about that slide. But in 2018 we have made this this project to this cable factory, where we have every spring this exhibition. So this was the first when we test this. Was it the first time, you see?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. This was the first time when we test this, how this works. Everything works in augmented reality. So this student here in this right side had made these cars in a program, and first I tried to 3D print, but this car was so small, and if I have take this small 3D prints there in a exhibition, I guess nobody notice what is there. So we try to get something that you can see these cars in the right side, that you can see whole this car and what happened inside and outside, what the student have designed. So that's why we use this HoloLens glasses, and that was very super famous to the visitors. Everybody wanted to test these glasses and see how these cars is in this exhibition in real sizes. So that is the point, that you don't need so much spaces when you put your art somewhere. So you can put it anywhere, and you can scale it. And that was quite success in this exhibition. And then we started this scanner projects. Our students scan themselves these arts, and here in the left side you see what is also there in video, that when you have a scan you see this in real colors and real model, how it's scanned.
So Thea, maybe many of the viewers are interested in this scanning technology and how does it actually work. So maybe I can, just briefly
you can
to talk about it. So what we use here is just an iPad. Well, it's actually iPad 11 Pro, which has LiDAR, so not just an iPad, but good iPad, and a structure sensor scanner made by structure.io. And what it means that it is this kind of additional equipment that you attach to an iPad or iPhone, and then you can use it to scan 3D objects. And the quality is actually 40 times better than with iPhone 12 LiDAR for close objects. So it is the kind of most cost-effective scanner with good quality. If you go better than this, then the solutions cost 16,000 euros, and then obviously they're like industry grade, and we can go there. But in a normal student project, a teacher wouldn't invest into a 16,000 equipment to scan, and we do this with this. The scanner costs 550 euros, so anybody can basically buy it and use it to scan. And what do you can you describe a little bit about how do you do the scanning? Is it complicated, and does it require a lot of technical knowledge? And how good is the quality? Is it enough? Is it bad? Or you saw some of the works here, so by the way,
yeah. And this first time when we scanned this phone, it wasn't so good, this quality. But when we get this little bit more better scanner, I think it's quite good, and it seems that it's not so good, this scan, but after the scanning you can still make a little bit more about your model, so you can fix it. But I think it's easy, it's very easy to use, and you have move, as you see here, the sky is a little bit down and up, and you have to move a lot that you can scan it everywhere, this model. So it's not difficult, it's very easy and quickly.
So basically you need to point that scanner, you need to move around the object from all angles, from above, from below, from all the sides. You need to point that scanner to the object to get the kind of 3D model. And you already mentioned that a significant part of the process is this post-processing. So after you've taken the scan, and also here you see the horse, it has the plate underneath. So obviously when you saw these words in augmented reality, which is demoed, it doesn't have that. So can you tell us a little bit about the post-processing work? What tools do we use for that? And it's how difficult is that?
Did you say there or they?
They.
Okay. So after this scanning, it was a little bit complicated to get this right side that you can cut this plate out of this horse. But when you're training, it's quite easy and quickly, but you have to get a familiar fit with this program. But I don't know what students think about this mesh mixer, but I think it's quite easy. It's not so difficult to use this. There's quite few tools what you use, so you learn it very quickly.
Right. So the tool that we've used for post-processing is called Mesh Mixer. So after you scan this and you get the 3D file, you put it to Mesh Mixer. And there you can remove like some part of it. You can fix holes. You can do other post-processing. And what then? What did we do after using Mesh Mixer, Thea?
Then I save it in a Mesh Mixer files, and then I save it or export. I export this model to the
OBJ, yep.
Yes, files, and after that I upload it to the Sketchfab. There
Right.
is three different type of this model. So I put it or upload it there in a Sketchfab. And after that, when I upload it, you can there also fix this model, so you can make it better and save the model's creator and things like that. So it's easy also. It's not so complicated to do that.
So basically, to summarize, we scan the model using an iPad and structure sensor scanner. Then we post-process the model using Mesh Mixer. And from there, we take it to Sketchfab. And in Sketchfab, you can still do the fine-tuning, like adding metallic sheen or transparency or color to the models differently. They're actually pretty nice, as you said, pretty nice post-processing tools also in Sketchfab after you've uploaded the 3D model in the cloud. So that's pretty nice too. And then when you've done it in Sketchfab, you've put the right tag. Here it's this Keuda Tartu. Then they appear in 3D Bear and they can be brought into augmented reality. So I guess that summarizes the kind of a technical process we've been working on with you underneath. And not a single part of this is very difficult. So it's basically easy. Maybe the mesh mixing part is the most difficult one. I don't know if you agree, Taya, but I think it's the most difficult one of this chain. But then you just need to learn the single steps to be able to create this augmented reality exhibition.
Yes, and did you mention about this scanning model that if it's very reflective, yes, or white or something like that, it's a little bit harder to scan this model. But as you see, this is a little bit why that's so difficult word to say. So
it's like glasses, isn't it? That's
yes,
the sheen that it reflects light.
Yeah, but after the scanning, it's disappears this shiny or whatever it is. Yeah, but when you use this Sketchfab program, or when you have upload, you can put it back, these shiny things. So it's quite nice.
Right, and did you have still some slides to show the audience?
Here is the 2019-20. Yes, last year we made this wood, or our student made, not me. There here in left side is this real art projects, and it have been scanned. And there in the right side, it's our school area, this scanned models. And there is this exhibition because nobody have been at the school last year. So we made this exhibition without people and so on.
So I think we kind of answered all the things we were supposed to in our kind of a beginning. Where did the how does this technically work? What is involved in process? What is augmented reality? What is anamorphic art? What is 3D art? But maybe Teija, you are the mother of this idea, and it kind of all started from you. Maybe you can finish off that. What prompted you to have this idea? Where did it come from? Where's the intuition?
what I say. The main idea was that how maybe that how students can make by hands and then use digital, and how we can combine all this to the student mobility. Right. Did you get the whole what I have think about how we can combine all these things together?
It's really exciting combination and not an easy feat to achieve.
No, yes, and a lot of thinking have to be there. That it's and a lot of thing. You have to know something about this technology and this time, what is going on, because this corona have made us to think about outside the box. So don't stay inside the box and think more about what we can do. Have we some technical difficulties or problems? So can we solve these things? So I think this project has been good example how we can win all these problems.
That's a great statement to finish off with.
Thank you. So here is this project more. Won't you say? Do you want to say something about?
I think Thea, we're out of our time.
Yes, we are.
We must maybe pass it back to Thea, but I think you pretty well covered this in the video that we showed in the beginning.
Yeah.
So, but if anybody is interested in this kind of material, I think they're accessible also on the Muros page where the presentations are found. So maybe we can share the link. But yeah, so that finishes off our introduction with Teija. And now back to you, Thea.
Yes, thank you, Teija and Jussi, for telling about this inspiring project and telling about this interesting technical information. So now we are going to have a short break of 15 minutes, and let's be back at 10:45. Hi.
So shall I be the next?
Yes.
Attending.
Yes.
Cool, yeah.
Yes, I can say something. And
yep.
Yes. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Soon we can see the artworks of the students. But before that, the teachers of the art school will tell shortly how are the art schools involved in the project. So, Pasi, please.
So hello, everybody. My name is Pasi Järvinen and I'm the sculpture teacher in Pekka Halonen Academy. The students that participate in the project from Finland have done these artworks this spring on my sculpture class, so I have been teaching them the sculpture part. So I'm going to show a slideshow of Pekka Halonen Academy. So you will see what kind of school this is. 1 second. I share my screen. So you see it now?
Yes.
Yep. So I have done this short slideshow about Pekka Halonen Academy. So there are some facts. So Pekka Halonen Academy is a vocational college specializing in visual art education in Tuusula. And you can complete vocational qualification in media art and visual expression. The title is Implementer of Visual Expression. We have departments in graphic design, visual arts, and photography. There are about 200 undergraduates studying at the college, and we also have a folk high school where there are about 20 students at this moment. So the school was founded already in 1907, but first it was a folk high school focused on general education subjects such as handicrafts and agricultural skills till the 60s or until the 1985 when there was fine arts line founded. And from that, in 1996, the fine arts was the main subject in Tuusula College. And in 2002, the school became a part of Keuda, and the name became Pekka Halonen Academy, according to the Tuusula's run to the artist Pekka Halonen. And here are some pictures from the school. So summertime, the art and the surroundings, the main building. So we have plenty of, we have 4 different buildings and there are workspaces in all of them. And in this new one, we have a sculpture class and printmaking and studios and such. And so you can ask something if you want at any point. A library.
So, Pasi, how does the Pekka Halonen's legacy live in the academy?
Well, maybe the atmosphere here by the Lake Tuusula is still the same as it was in the early 1900s when the artists came to work here. there were plenty of these Finnish golden age artists working among Lake Tuusula. They have their ateliers there.
It's very close to this Jean Sibelius's home.
Yeah,
Ainola,
I know,
right?
yeah. So maybe the strong cultural legacy shows in the Halonen Academy. Drawing class from the old building. And drawing class from the new, from the stone building from the 30s. So there's lots of things going on, but not maybe at this time now, because the COVID, there aren't so many students at this point. And printmaking is very good hands in Pekka Halonen Academy. And this is the sculpture class. Very messy. Sculpture students, these students that are taking part in this project also. So these pictures are mainly from the art department, but I will show you a video where there are also the other departments present. And here you can see some projects that we have taken part of, like in Tuusula's Night of Arts and such happenings. This is from the Night of Art, and this we also met this lake monster in the Art of Nights, which sailed across Lake Tuusula. Here. Some workspaces, some computer classes, graphic department. And learning on job period in Keski-Uusimaa newspaper. So we work a lot with the local enterprise businesses. Studio, and there's a picture of the 3D scanning. And dark rooms, we still make traditional photography, and we have a scholarly space in the new building. And this is from a folk high school exhibition. And this is from Cable Factory a few years ago. So we have this exhibition there every spring. And most of the students take part in this. Yes, and there was that, maybe some more from our play day last, yard play day last spring. No, the year before, yeah. Rowing in the Lake Tuusula. There we are in the middle of fields. And there are some graduate memories if you want to read. I can also share these afterwards if somebody wants to, these materials.
While you're showing it, Pasi, maybe I can ask, so you mentioned several times this Cable Factory kind of exhibition yearly. And actually, there's an exhibition today as well in Cable Factory. Do you want to mention something about that?
Yeah, I was going to. So we have exhibitions opening this night at Cable Factory. It's actually open already, but we have the grand opening on Teams tonight. And the exhibition will be open till next Sunday, the Mother's Day. and most of the works that you have and you will see in this program are also shown there live, so you can see the actual sculptures in Cable Factory if you want to see them. So it's open till it's from 10 to 6, if I remember correctly, every day.
And it's called what? Ouroboros, right?
Ouroboros, yes. Yeah. It's kind of a snake that's eating its own tail. If I still have time, I can show a video of Pekka Halonen Academy, or is it already past my time?
How long is the video?
3 minutes.
Okay, I think that's fine.
Okay. So can you see it? It's visible?
Yes.
Thank you, Pasi.
Yeah, thank you.
Pekka Halonen Academy looks so nice place to study.
Wait, sorry.
So maybe I should apply there. Yes. Okay, and then Tartu Art School, Erik.
Hello, greetings. So I will share my screen. So my name is Erich Brutus. I am one of the teachers in Tartu Art School. Let's see here. Hopefully you can see something. And as the name suggests, the school is located in Tartu, Estonia. And I will be giving you a short introduction to our awesome school. So it is a relatively small school. It looks something like this, at least from the bird's eye view. It is relatively small. Usually there are around the lower 200 students there. However, they don't quite all of them at least fit in this little building. We have some other facilities in some other places and some other classes also, but I guess this is the main building. We can later show the interior also, but let's go to the studies. What can you actually study in our school? So there are 4 main vocational qualifications you can study at our school. So yes, it is a vocational school, and there is 3D designer, graphic designer, display designer, and stylist. So lots of designing going on in here. So maybe if we look at one a little bit closer, and each of the specializations include, I guess, 2 variations. You can study them either in upper secondary or post-secondary, I guess, flavors. One is 3.5 years long, and the other one is 2.5 years. So you can get some different levels of education in addition to the vocational certificate, I guess. But I'll switch to the Estonian version because in here there are more pictures. So for example, the 3D department, you could say, is located mostly in the other building. I also show it in this virtual tour you can access from our homepage. So for example, here's the main 3D class. There are like 3 computer labs next to one another. You can find out more details on the homepage. I won't go through them in unnecessarily detail, but you can see some things. What do we do and how do we do it? There are even some videos about this is for decorators, for example, and you can get a sense of what's going on in here, I guess. And also, in addition to these 4 main, the biggest specializations, we also have this 1-year advanced course. Also, you can specialize in various directions in there, but it's like this 1-year special course for those who already have some sort of certain skill level at certain fields, I guess. So yeah, you can find out more in here. Also some pictures from some presentations and also some random pictures from everyday life. And also we provide many different kinds of courses at different lengths and for different levels and for different focus groups. We also often get ourselves involved with different projects, many of which are international, also via the Erasmus Plus. We are very, very active usually. So maybe one interesting detail about our teaching method is that we very widely use this thing called toy model. Maybe some of you have heard of it, but it's basically a method for teaching and for learning in which the focus is set on a lot. There is entrepreneurship, also learning on the job is important. Students often work in the small groups and teams, and that in turn, I guess, gives more independence and also like this responsibility to the learner, and also the learner is always supported in various means, but often by this team coach or a mentor person. So this model was is intended for vet level vocational education, and it was, I think, invented in Finland. So it comes from Finland, and we use it very, very widely. It's rather good. Maybe some more pictures from the school. We have these studios, of course, that magically fit in our little small building, that are very spacious. So it is a small school, so it, I guess it gives off this familiar and homely feeling. So it's not this big and scary place, but it's small and cute. And concerning exhibitions, in Tartu Art School, we also have a tradition of making exhibitions. But our version is usually only for second year students. So all the second year students have to make art pieces, and we have this also rather grand exhibition. But due to the situation we all find ourselves in last year and also this year, it is only online. So it's only an online event. And I guess I'll show a small clip of it from the last year's exhibition. It's only online, and we use a platform called Kunstmatrix. So it's this, I guess, an app that runs in web browser. It's basically a 3D environment where you can upload your either images or videos or even some 3D models if you want to like exhibit your sculpture, for example. And you can either like run around in this virtual environment, or there's this exhibition mode where you can just scroll through these art pieces and have some additional information, and of course the description and the author's artist's name in there. So also this year we will organize our exhibition online in this Kunstmatrix environment. It's not online yet. I think for the public it's a little later than yours. 4th of June, I think, is it is open to the public. You can just go to the Kunstmatrix website, search for our school. You can just search for Tartu Kunstikool, I believe. I think it's not in English, but if you search for our school names Estonia version, then in 4th of June, you should find our exhibition also in here. Yes, and I think that's all I'm going to say. You can do some further exploration yourself at our homepage, tartukunstikool.ee, and write and ask if you have any questions. But I think that's it, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Erik, for this interesting presentation. And next, Keuda's and Tartu's students are presenting their artworks. And first is Virje Pärtin. So Virje, please, can you start?
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Virje Pärtin. I'm studying at the post-secondary continuing program of artist designer at Tartu Art School. And I have had the idea of creating an installation in origami for a long time. And with this project, I saw the possibility of how this idea could be formalized. I thought I could make a small model that would then be scanned. I have the opportunity to learn it here. And I also saw a change to get new ideas, to learn new programs, and meet new nice people. Now from my work, I have 2 works of art to show. And the first one name is ballet, and the second name is dance. They are created in origami technique, and paper is used because the origami gives a lot of options to create very different shapes and sizes. It is amazing things done in the origami technique can change from small to large and so on. And then starting from the beginning, the idea was to create folded posts in the origami technique that would move up and down. So there would be nothing at the beginning. And when we got up, we would see the ballerina from some view.
Virje, can I comment? So do you want me to pull the models up in Sketchweb so we can look at them, or are you planning to show them yourself here?
No, I'm already changed minds. I talk now.
Okay, but I can show them whenever you want. Just tell me and I can show them here in Sketchweb.
Okay, okay. But can we look pictures now? The first 2 pictures.
We can also look at the pictures. Do you want to show them yourself, or do you want me to show them?
I'd be happy if you can show.
Okay, just give me a second.
Okay.
All right. So here. Is this the first one, Virja?
First and second, please.
Okay, let's bring it the second as well. This one. These two.
Yeah.
So, Jussi, we can't see
sorry.
them.
Oh, it's okay. Sorry.
Sorry.
Here we go.
Yes, thank you. The first pictures shows previously created posts. They are 6 meters high and move up and down. And now I talk. At the first meeting, it became clear that it was difficult to get the work moving, and then the idea of dancing came to mind. I wanted to express movement and beauty in a different way, and for me, it is dance that conveys it. And my teacher is Anne Rudanovsky, and talking to her, I understand that something new had to be created, that this idea was not the best for this project. Some I make some tests, paper and wire. Can we see the next pictures?
So let's take
next 4 pictures.
This one.
This one?
This one?
Yes. Okay. But if I try to scan, I couldn't see the wire, and so I move on. And now the first work at the exhibition palette, I used paper and color paper for metal, but then I turned out that metal gloss is difficult to scan. Then I decided to create something simpler, and so I made my second work, dance. Here was the idea to pass on the dancers in a simple white way. I also thought about anamorphosis with the first work, so that 2 dancers in one view become one dancer, and I hope you see it. Can we look the pictures real now?
The ones
Next.
in SketchUp, right?
No. The pictures, what I sent to you?
The
real work, not 3D, but pictures.
First ballet, is that the one?
Yes, first palette, it's okay.
This one?
Yes. It's like moving, and it's side view, and next one, front view. It's like stand still. And next one, I changed the color because scanned it's better. And next one. Okay, and next one too, and then pictures all.
Okay.
So please, next one too. Dance, yes, and one more. Okay, thank you.
Maybe Virja, I can demonstrate them in SketchUp as well. So as a reminder to the watchers now.
Yes.
So how you can join this arts exhibition, and you get these models yourself and you can try them out in augmented reality. So please download 3D app, search for Keuda Tartu. You get a 1 month free trial, it's free. And you can bring various models out and try them yourself and share the scene with Keuda Tartu hashtag. But we can look them together from SketchUp now. I can show them like here for everybody. So this is the dance, right?
Yeah.
So let's look at it and moving it around. we see that it has these two dancers in this gesture. I think it's a great piece of art. I don't know, Virja, if you want to talk more about it. You told us your story and journey, how you made it. And then we have the ballet. And this is, as you mentioned, really nice one. Because when you look at this, then from one side, it looks like it's like, is it two dancers? It conveys this movement that you spoke of, this golden kind of movement arcs. And then when you turn it around, you find these different postures of the dancer looking from different angles. So I think it's really nice, kind of anamorphic piece of art.
Thank you. And maybe my teacher Anne can speak something technical, or Anne, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear. Hello, everyone. I am a sculpture teacher, so in Tartu Art School, and actually Virja did not say that she took a kind of tricky task for herself to make this art piece. And what is the tricky part? This is not just origami, but this is kind of different origami style, and we can call it now already 100 years. It is called curved folding, and actually curved folding is very tricky and different kind of folding, where you can fold actually curved pieces of paper, and in this dance work, actually what is the real thing is with curved folding is that you can really put something to move, and it gives like a very kind of nice kind of dynamics and so on. But as we see, we need to develop in this skill of scanning, and it has turned a little bit different model, but as it was in paper, but it is kind of different feeling, and I think this is interesting, as we can see how our works can develop in different materials or non-materials as it is in virtual world. So yeah, I think Virja has done a nice work, and she had a lot of ideas, and I think she discovered through this process very real things about art for herself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And this project was my first experience with scanning, and it was exciting. Thank you very much for your help and support, and great enjoyment of this exhibition for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Virja. Really nice works. And then the next is Ada Penna. So please, Ada.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Yes, so my name is Ada Penna, and I'm a second-year student of visual arts at Pekka Halonen Academy. And the name of my artwork is Contemporary Goddesses. And I'm not sure if you can show the photos of the actual artwork while I talk about it.
Yeah, just a second. I think you sent them over as well, right?
Yeah.
So these are the ones here. Let me just share my screen again. These ones, right?
Yes. Yes, thank you. So the idea for my artwork came about because I knew I wanted to make a wood sculpture, and I thought about making my own god figure or a god character out of wood. And then I started to think about what are the values and our values today and what we worship today. And I thought about things like fame and social media and celebrities. So I decided to make 3 wooden goddesses that would represent our celebrity worship culture. And I wanted to call them contemporary goddesses. And the reason why I wanted the sculptures to have tan skin and bikinis was because when I thought about celebrities, I thought about all the magazines where famous people and models pose and other people looking at that and wanting to look like them or have what they have. And I think that social media has also made it so that people can more easily follow celebrities and other people and kind of obsess over them and compare themselves to others. And I'm not sure if anyone has seen it, but there is a movie called Generation Wealth, and it's a documentary by Lauren Greenfield. And the movie is basically about our obsession with wealth and us always wanting more, no matter how much we already have. So in the movie, there is a part where I think it's the director herself who says that before we used to compare ourselves to our neighbors and our friends, but nowadays we compare ourselves to the rich and famous people we see on TV. So I think that comparing ourselves to others is something that we're always gonna do, but I don't think that comparing ourselves to rich and famous really does anything good to us. So I really didn't want to make this art really as a criticism, but more as a way to raise questions about what really are our values and also how we really spend our time. Do we spend our time obsessing over other people and what they're doing and how they look, or do we spend our time enjoying our lives and improving ourselves and being happy with what we already have? And the reason why I didn't want the statues to have any faces, so if you look at them, they have heads, but they don't have any features on them, no faces. And the reason why I wanted to do that was because I didn't really want them to look like anyone in particular. And also, I thought that if I leave them faceless, they would kind of also represent all of us collectively. So I can tell you a little bit about making the actual sculptures. So they are all made out of wood. So the one with the pink bikinis is made out of aspen, and the 2 others are made out of wood from an apple tree. And both of the woods were really hard to carve, and I did use chisels and a mallet, but I ended up using or doing most of the work with a handheld power tool which had replaceable blades. So I would just spend many hours carving them and trying to get the figures to appear from the wood. And then when I was done with the carving, I used sandpaper to make the surface really smooth. And the bikinis are painted with oil color, and I also used this transparent lacquer on top of it because I wanted the surface to match with the orange wood lacquer that I used for the skin and the rest of the sculpture. And I also wanted to make stands for the sculptures, and I knew I wanted to use tiles, as you can see on the pictures. I really like tiles, but I also thought that they would work really well with the sculptures. And when I thought about when I thought about the tiles, they kind of made me think about social media and people on social media taking photos or selfies in their bedrooms, and the tiles kind of being visible on the bedroom wall. So I thought that it made sense to use tiles as the stands. And well, I think one funny thing was that when I showed photos to two of my teachers of the first sculpture I did with the pink bikinis, both of my teachers said that it reminded them of Barbie. And I think that I can definitely see why the first sculpture would be reminiscent of Barbie because of the colors and also the body. And also Barbie has been kind of a controversial toy because of there's been talk about how it might affect girls' body images. So I think it kind of ties with my work as well. But I thought it was just funny that they both said that. And if we can look at scanned work right now,
Yes, let me
that would
just
be cool.
put them up. So I think we have all three of them here. So
Yeah.
This is one.
Yeah, so I think the first thing when I saw the scanned work, what it reminded me of was the game Sims, if anyone has ever played that. And I think the bright colors really work well with the scanning, and I like the way that looks. And I think if you look at the one with the green bikinis, there is kind of cracks on the wood on the back. I think you can sort of see them, yeah, like on the bottom and on the back. So I think it's kind of fun to see that they're sort of visible also on the scanned work. So I think it looks fun.
I think we by accident lost the tiles, didn't we? Because I don't know if you remember that they are supposed to be part of the artwork.
Oh no, it was actually because I didn't have they weren't really ready.
Oh,
Then.
okay, right.
Yeah, so that's the reason why they're not there. Yeah.
Then we have the third one as well here.
Yeah, the blue one. Yeah, and that one also has, if you look at the head, there's also a crack on the head, so you can kind of see that on the front.
Oh, somewhere here?
Yeah, right there.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Ada. You had a very interesting story about the idea of your artwork. Thank you to share that with us. The next one is Henna Melender. So welcome, Henna. Is Henna here?
I don't see Henna. Maybe we can move to next one. And I don't know if Pasi, maybe you could contact Henna and ask her to join the stream, maybe with the instructions sent in email.
Yeah, I will.
Yes. Then the next one in my list is Mart Luikujoe, but I think Mart is not here today, but maybe we can still show his artworks in the Sketchfab. And Erik, could you tell something about these Mart's artworks?
Erik,
Yes.
Should I pull them up in SketchUp?
Yeah, you can show them.
All right, let me just share screen. So which ones are they?
The broken finger shapes
right.
and those, yes.
This one and this one. So Erich, this looks really contemporary.
Yes.
Can you share the idea behind the work and maybe the techniques? I think this is 3D modeled, right?
Yes, so Mert can't be here with us today, but his works will be. So he got inspired by some other actually contemporary artists sculptures, but he added his little own twist to it by basically breaking these sculptures apart. So from one perspective, they looked like this basically a chaotic mess, but at certain angles they all align nicely. So like from one angle it's like this very jagged and sharp edges, but from some other angles it's like really smooth and it like really comes together. And yeah, he actually didn't scan it. He did 3D modeling.
Is there some sort of a symbolism? Because, you know, it's kind of a 8. I guess if you rotate it even like 90 degrees, then here it's like an infinity symbol. Do you know if there's something behind these kind of figures like this?
As far as I understood, then these works are, I guess they play more with the aesthetic aspects to give this pleasing flowing shape in one aspect, and it's really broken apart from the other side.
It's like chaos and order.
Yes.
in a way, like a beautiful shape or chaos.
Yeah, it brings in like this contrast between, it's like the same thing, but then again at different angles it like gives to the viewer very different kind of experience.
Right, and this was the first one, I think, called I don't know one.
Yes.
And maybe the name also means something, because, you know, it means I'm looking at it and I don't know what it is, but then I turn it around, it's this kind of a shape. And then the second one is named similarly, I don't know, two. And it again has this feature. And to me, these look like fingers when I'm looking at them from this angle. I wonder if that is by purpose.
Most definitely, because he started with this intact sculpture, so with that kind of shape, and you have to like I guess really think about how would you like break it apart and how would you again connect them. So yeah, it gives this kind of a stepping, I guess, feeling.
In a way, this is also kind of to me, it's again about contrast. It's kind of when you look at here, it's, you know, is this fingers? This is something ugly, even grotesque. And if you kind of turn it around, it turns into something that can be beautiful in a way.
Yeah, it almost looks a little bit scary or threatening at one point, but so nice and smooth from the other. And also the contrast between like this white sculpture and this very colorful connecting lines. I guess that's also a little bit contrast between this.
Right, it's like, ancient Greek sculpture and then this modernistic kind of even factory pipe kind of alien kind of things in the between. So there's a lot of contrast actually in this work, and that's why I actually love it. Can you share a little bit about the kind of 3D modeling tools that you've used to create it? Did you do this in Blender, or did you know how he did it?
Yeah, there are, if someone just wants to take up 3D modeling from scratch, then yeah, there are lots of options. I think it wasn't actually mentioned, but for the scanning part, we had to do some cleanup and some modifications, even if we had like these real sculptures and then we scanned them. Then we used a program called Mesh Mixer. But if you want to create some models entirely from scratch, if you don't have anything to go on, then that program isn't probably very appropriate. But there are others, and yes, he used a program called Blender. I guess the upside for that is it's totally free, and it's rather capable program, I guess, if you compare it to some other 3D software that's very expensive and yeah.
So if you want to learn how to make this kind of a 3D art digitally, you need to come and study to Tartu Kunstikool, right?
Basically, yes, we teach 3D modeling there extensively.
It's this 3 years program which you mentioned in the beginning.
Yeah, there are, I guess there's two options. If it's upper or post-secondary education, then it's either 3.5 or 2.5 years. But if like starting with Blender seems too intimidating, then there are also some other smaller, easier to grasp and actually to make something programs. I guess this 3D Builder is also this smaller kind of program where you can do some simple things, but it's easier to learn at least to get yourself acquainted and get some sort of idea how it works.
All right. So we thank Mart for these great pieces of anamorphic arts, while we are sad that he wasn't here today to describe them with us. I think, Eric, you did a pretty good job in conveying the messages to the audience.
Yes, thank you, Eric, so much. And is Adam Kader here? I think he could be the next
Yes,
one.
I'm here.
Okay, so welcome, Adam.
Yeah, hi. So I am Adam Kader, and I'm also a second-year student from Pekka Halonen Academy, and I mainly study sculpture and also printmaking on the side. And for this exhibition, I have my sculpture that is called Versipellis, and I can show probably the picture myself. Let's see. I think you can see it now.
Yes.
Yes, so this is the picture of the finished piece I have. And it's ceramic, it's made with clay, and it's got a color to it. It's made with gray underglazing, and it's also got a shiny glaze on top of it. I think I can show it a little bit closer here so you can see the shine. It's around 100 centimeters tall, so it's about a meter high in full here. And the sculpture, it's basically just my idea of a werewolf, how I think a werewolf would look like. And versipel is the name of the artwork. It's a Latin word that's been used to describe shapeshifters, and it's also been used historically to describe werewolves in like various novels and scriptures. So this sculpture, it depicts a werewolf in the middle of his transformation. So as you can see here, some parts of him have already transformed fully. So this one here is a wolf's paw, and then there's like a human arm and hand, human legs with fur, and the head is a wolf's head. You can see some of the details a bit better in the 3D scan that Jussi can probably show soon. So then you can also see the back of the sculpture.
Should I pull it up, Adam?
Yeah, you can do that. I will stop this screen share.
This one, I think you hadn't finished the leg when we did this, so it doesn't yet have the leg, but otherwise it's here.
Yes, the scan doesn't have the hanging leg, and it also doesn't have the glazing, but it's probably better that way since the shiny glazing might have been a little bit problematic for the scanning. So there it is. So you can see on the back there, the tail is still like growing. It's not fully ready yet, so the transformation is still incomplete. And there's not really any anamorphic element to the sculpture. I had already started like making this when we got the assignment, and I already knew that the sculpture itself would take a really long time for me to finish. It took the whole spring, so around like 4 months of work. So I just decided to stick with the original plan and not really add any other anamorphic elements to it.
But then it does kind of convey the kind of a spirit of anamorphosis, doesn't it? Because in a way, when you're looking at the art, you need to kind of figure it out. So in a way, this is a wolf, werewolf just being metamorphosed from human to a wolf. So like you said, here's a paw, the metamorphosis is complete. Here's a hand, it's still partly human. So to me, and maybe the kind of way it's there, it's kind of looking, I don't know if that's agony, I don't know if that's surprise, what kind of feeling there must be when you imagine somebody going through this sort of metamorphosis. To me, it's a striking piece of art because of these elements. And I start to ponder, in fantasy, if that was me, what would I feel? Half of me is a wolf, half of me is a man. That must be, completely crazy. So.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I don't really have anything much else to say about the process itself. It was pretty straightforward with the sculpting. It just only really took a long time to finish it, but I'm glad it's finished, and I'm really glad that we got to scan it also. So that was really nice.
Yeah. So everybody, you have a chance to look at Adam's metamorphic werewolf in 3D Bear now with the instructions. Maybe I pull it up again for the new viewers of the stream, how you can access these works. So this is how you join the arts exhibition. Just download 3D Bear app in App Store and Google Play. Search for Keuda Tartu models. If you're wondering how do I do this, you can go back to stream in the part of introductions. I gave a full demo of how you do it. So if you go there, you'll find live instructions of how you do it. If you're wondering, I cannot do this, I cannot do this, this is where you do it. It's easy. You just search for Keuda Tartu models in 3D Bear app. And if you have any trouble, you can connect with Pekka Salokanen, who'll help you to get kind of things going. If there's anything problems with it, this is like the email. And when you do this, let's look at some stage there of the stream, like what kind of works people are creating or participating in this Augmented Reality Arts Exhibition. I don't know when is the right place, maybe after break, maybe before break, however you want to structure it, but we should look at the stream at some stage. And obviously, if you want to see Adam's fantastic werewolf in full, I guess you can. Can you physically go to the Ouroboros exhibition in Cable Factory? How does
yes.
it work?
Yeah, it's already up there at the Cable Factory.
It accepts visitors, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. So
limited amount.
And it's open, or does it open today at some time?
It's open now.
So please, also, if you want to see that fantastic werewolf in action, you can go to Cable Factory to see the Ouroboros exhibition, and there you see it live. Maybe you can put the digital model next to it to see and compare how well this came out. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Adam. I think that there was a lot of work with that artwork, and thank you also to share your interesting story about the making of this artwork. And I would like to ask if Henna Melander is now there.
I don't think Henna is able to come, but I can show her work.
Okay, thank you, Pasi.
So I share my screen and so this is from the Ouroboros site. Can you see it?
Yes.
And there's this text in Finnish about the artwork. It's a trilogy about optimism. It's a bit hard to translate it.
Do you want me to help, Pasi?
If you want to translate this trilogy about optimism.
Right. So it's about grief, facing grief, and how to overcome grief. So the first picture of this picture showed an optimist's point of view, sitting on top of a grief, pondering about the opportunities. And then there's
Haulla Griff, Pandora-valtiot tuli tällaisia tuloksia.
Siri is attacking me. Do you hear? This is like the world of AI. Anyway, then there's the cone. It's a sad little grief cone, which is actually the piece of art Henna chose to feature in the Augmented Reality exhibition here.
This one.
Right. So he's overcome with grief. He sits on top of this kind of wooden trunk. And actually what Henna wanted to depict, that the trunk has been beaten.
Yeah,
and
it's a former sculpture tool.
Right. So it's what do you call it? A choice? Not what is it? The hammer or something.
Yeah, wooden hammer.
Wooden hammer.
It's a mallet.
Mallet, yeah.
Mallet. Thank you. So it's a mallet that's taken out of the context used for beating. So it's overcome with grief with all of that beating, and then there's this cone on top of it, filled with grief.
Yeah.
And maybe if I pull it from Sketchfab, the 3D model.
I stopped the sharing.
We scanned. Then let me just bring it up. Just a second. Here is the sadness grief, or grief of sadness, or was it cone of sadness, sad cone, by Henna. And again, this is because looking in one angle behind, it's just a cone. And then you turn it around, you might be able to recognize some facial features here. Is it the person or not? Or is it the cone? So there's kind of, I think in the physical work is much clearer. You have the clear face, but this is because it's split blurred. I don't know if it's by purpose or it's by accident, but then it's even more artistic in a way because it gives room for imagination again. Like, what is it? in a way. But I really like the backstory here. Do you know, Pasi, if there's an idea on the trilogy? Why is it a trilogy?
I really, what does he say here? It's about overcoming the grief. So maybe in the trilogy, the person overcomes it. So it's three different stages maybe in the trilogy.
Facing the grief, something between
and coming over it. Yeah.
Grief.
But I can also show the main page of the Ouroboros quickly if you want to.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So go and check this out. This is and there are all the artists shown here. And you can look at the story behind the exhibition and about the artists. And there's the connect information if you from Pekka Halonen Academy and from Cable Factory. So you will find the exhibition. And there are many artists here participating. Many of these are here also.
I'm intrigued by the fact that, of the theme and, everybody who's been involved in this exhibition. I really encourage all the participants who are watching the stream also to visit Cable Factory and see the works. And I also, obviously, because I'm a technology freak, I love the fact that the kind of exhibition has been expanded into this augmented reality world and everybody can access some of the works on mobile. And obviously we need to understand that this is the first time in the world that we do this kind of free roaming AR scanning building work. So, and students, they've learned the techniques. You teachers, you have learned the techniques. So everything is not perfect. So we must also have a little bit of humility saying that, we did this first time in the world, we are pioneers, and not everything is yet, finished and perfect. So yes, maybe, the sad cone is a little bit blurred, but even then it gives kind of an artistic expression in this kind of a 3D world to understand also that.
Okay. Thank you the students and the teachers for presenting these amazing artworks. And then now we are going to have the lunch break. And after our lunch break, we will have more of these interesting artworks, and the students are telling about these. So we will have a lunch break until 12:30, and see you then.
Thea, you're muted.
Sorry. Welcome back. Now we continue to see those inspiring artworks of the students. The first one to present her artwork is Katrin Jetz. So welcome, Katrin.
Hi, my name is Katrin Jetz. I'm a first-year student in Tartu Art School. I study 3D design, and you already saw a glimpse of my work. It was called Opinionado, and it is essentially a tornado, but what makes it an opinionado, not just a regular tornado, is that there are some opinions hidden inside there. As you saw earlier, Jussi already found a couple of them. So these opinions are basically very short, very general statements, like something a person might use when answering any kind of yes or no question, including some very sensitive questions that tend to divide us into very distinct for and against groups. So, for example, should you get vaccinated or not? Or is it okay to put pineapple on a pizza or not? So questions like that tend to create very heated arguments. So I was trying to illustrate the idea that these different opinions can come from looking at the matter from different angles, not because we are very different people or that we are from totally separate worlds or something, that we think differently or something like that. Just simply because we see different sides of things, we focus on different things, and therefore quite naturally we come to different conclusions. So when in real life we tend to stick to our views mostly, we tend to dismiss other opinions pretty quickly, especially if they are very different from ours. What we could do is to try to explore those other opinions more, to let go of our own opinions for a moment and try to imagine us to other people's position there in their shoes, to try to find out what it is that they see. So with this opinionator, it's very easy to see other angles. You can walk around this tornado, or you can rotate it or zoom in or out. So you can easily move from one opinion to other. So maybe we can look at it for a bit in Sketchfab or Snap.
And I think this is one of the works that I really love in the exhibition. So one of my favorites. So let's take a look at it in the Sketchfab over here. So it's the Opinionado, and you saw me playing with it earlier today. And as Katrin just described, it has these messages appearing when you turn it around in the right way. So how many of them are, Katrin, for the viewers who are trying to find them?
There are 7 altogether. Some of them are very easy to find. Some of them might require to rotate around more.
Maybe I don't spoil the fun for the viewers. I already found 2 here. Do they form a sentence, or is it just like you said, it's like answers to opinionated questions?
Yeah, they're different answers. They're basically on a scale or from yes or no, from yes to no, or some of them are somewhere in between. So they're kind of like opposites in some ways.
So there should be yes and no somewhere as well, right? Are there? Do I find yes and no as words here? I haven't found them.
No.
Oh, okay, right.
Not exactly.
This is really exciting. I think this is something that you couldn't really do with, non-digitally at all.
Yes, it does not exist physically, and it would have been difficult to make them hang in the air. Like there are many small pieces there. So in that sense, digital art made my life a lot easier. I didn't have to worry about gravity at all.
So in a way, isn't it exciting? We are really here doing a new form of art completely.
Yes, and you can play with it in the app. Besides trying to find all 7 opinions, you could also add other models in there from this exhibition, for example. You could duplicate them in there, change the size, change the color, or maybe add a bunch of different ones. You could make your own customized tornado, call it whatever NATO you want.
Right.
So you can play with it.
And Erich, do you want to comment on the work as well as a teacher? Maybe not. I still want to ask you, Katrin. So, how did you make this? What software? What tools did you use?
I used Blender. Yeah, it's what we study here mostly in Tartu school.
Have you done this 3D kind of anamorphic art before?
No, I hadn't even heard about anamorphosis before this exhibition, so that was totally new.
So as I said, I love it. It's one of my favorite pieces in the exhibition. I'm opinionated here as well. Maybe I need to look at one of the angles and says it doesn't matter, and I get this kind of answer after that. So thanks, Katrin. Does anybody else want to ask Katrin about the work? And obviously, viewers in the YouTube, please also shoot questions there. We'll try our best to look at what you're saying and asking if you're interested in the artworks. We'll try to bring it up in the stream. But if there's no questions at the moment, I guess, is there anything else, Katrin, you want to do, or should we move on to the next piece of artwork?
No, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrin. And the next one is Karma Lamsjärvi. So welcome, Karma.
Hello, I was trying to be clever and use the unmute key combo, but it didn't really work out. But yeah, hi, I am Karma Lamsjärvi or Lapinjänkä, and I am also a student at Pekka Halonen Academy, and I am one of the graduating group for this spring, so it's been a busy spring for all of us. And the kitty sculpture you saw was mine, and I gonna share my screen to show the actual work. Yep, I think you can see it.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so this is what it looks like and in real life, and it's ceramic. It's heavy as hell. It's pretty much 9.9 kilograms, and it essentially depicts my cat, my Maine Coon, who is also a really heavy girl. And those of you who know Maine Coons know that they grow to be the biggest domestic cats around. And yeah, I've been doing this collection of works around my pets. I have 3 of them. I have 2 cats and a dog, and this cat is my youngest one, and she turned 9 this spring. So I call them my geriatric department. So yeah, the piece is called Tyhmäkissa, which means stupid cat, and because she thinks that's her name. She thinks that her name is Tyhmäkissa. She reacts to it better than she does to her actual name. And yeah, I can show the other pets that I have. Yeah, so these are the paintings that I did before, and I wanted to emphasize the sheer size of the cat, and it's kind of the idea is that because they are all getting old, and I'm basically fearing and thinking that they are going to drop dead at any time. So I'm kind of collecting these or doing this memorabilia out of them, and so I can remember them afterwards and so on. So yeah, that's a bit of a heavy subject, and but yeah, pets get old, and the Maine Coon is the youngest out of the 3, and she is 9, so they are not young at all. So yeah, what else? Yeah, I kind of thought this is me holding the sculpture, so that's how you get the idea of how big the sculpture is in real life. And so it's the size of an actual cat. It's slightly smaller than the model herself, but around the size of my other cat, who is not a Maine Coon. And yeah, that position that she's in is meant to be like the position where the cat is when she's completely relaxed and in your arms, and you scratch them around, and then I just created this flat surface out of her back so that she can actually stay even without anyone holding her like that. So yeah, and I didn't originally plan any anamorphic details around it, but I played around with 3D Bear earlier, and I found out that if you multiply the model, then it aligns all you can make a kiddie train out of them, and I have one here. So yeah, it kind of looks like a centipede, and I don't know if it's a good thing or not. But yeah, it's a cool accidental thing that happens.
That's great, I think, Karma. And maybe one thing to comment and ask is that you have so the kind of a glassy sheen doesn't come out as well in the kind of replica, the scanned version, as the real mark. So that's one thing obviously to notice, that your real piece of hair has very sharp yellow eyes that do not penetrate into scanned, but you can still play around with it digitally in many funny ways that you couldn't otherwise.
Yeah, I think you can show the 3D model.
Right.
I don't have anything else to show. So
let me just bring it up. So it's really nice story. Thank you for sharing it, Karma. And I hope that the feeling comes through to the viewers of the art exhibition as well, that this is somebody's loved one. And it does have some sort of a glossy structure in a way in the 3D model here, and you can see it like how it's supposed to be. So I think it's pretty nice scan actually in the end. I particularly like the tail. It kind of curves on her belly.
Yeah, the parts that protrude out of the body that are always kind of a tricky when it comes to ceramics. So if I had done the like a traditional way of making a cat tail, then it would have been kind of a fragile or prone to break. So I wanted to put it that way. I wanted to present the tail, but put it that way so that it wouldn't break so easily. And she also likes to keep her tail like that. So that's actually not made up.
And how heavy is it?
10 kilos.
The cat, but this is it concrete, like as well 10 kilos or?
It's ceramic.
Ceramic.
Yeah, right. It's out of clay, and yes, it is 10 kilos the work.
Okay. And I think Teija and Pasi have also been lifting this around. Pasi, as a teacher, do you want to comment or compliment Karma's commentary?
Yeah, it's almost solid ceramics, so that's why it's so heavy. Do you, Karma, want to show the piece that you have in the exhibition on Ouroboros? Because I have it the website open here if you want me to show it.
Yeah, you can show it if you want.
Okay. So Karma has another work in Ouroboros exhibition. I will show it to you in a sec.
I didn't scan it because it was so heavily unfinished.
Yeah, can you see this now?
Yep.
Yeah. So would you like to tell about this?
Yeah, it's a wooden sculpture. It's about my hobby, roller derby, and it's a full contact sport where you get used to touching other people and other people touching you, bodies next to each other and pressed against each other. So when the COVID-19 came, then that all went down, obviously, because it's not very safe in that sense. So that's kind of a theme for it, that this figure, this character is missing all that stuff, and all those touches and those friends around them, and everything about that, and all that sensory feelings that comes around this.
In a way, it's your personal depiction of COVID-19 and kind of what you're missing in this pandemic.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And it's wooden sculpture. There's like, I can't remember the woods. I got.
There are many different ones.
Yeah, aspen is what the hugging hands are, and I think the shoulder part is also out of aspen. Maybe. Yeah.
What was the name of this contact sport again?
Roller derby.
What is it? Is it like wrestling or is it like boxing or combination?
It's basically wrestling on roller skates.
Wrestling on roller skates?
Around the circle.
Oh man, that sounds like really extreme.
yeah, it's like you orbit an oval track and you hit each other to get past the other people or to prevent the other team from getting past you.
Yeah, that's why this helmet.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's the next 3D bear team sport as well for our team.
Maybe virtually.
Okay. Thank you, Karma, for sharing all these interesting stories about your pets and your hobby.
Thea, do you
And
mind
the artwork.
Is it okay that I take 1 minute to show the stream of what's being published in the exhibition currently?
Yes, yes.
So let me just show that. I'll switch screens to the other screen. Just a second. Here we are. Okay, and remember this original piece of great art that I published on my yard, which is the first of the stream. But I'll just scroll you through some of the works that people have been now creating in the stream. I don't know who's this, but somebody's enjoying this at home. Figured out the centaur. It's still upcoming, so now you got spoiled. And recently featured lazy cat is there. I don't know where in the world is it, but somewhere. This looks like a kind of cafeteria with the masked figures. Then we have the sad cone. This looks like an office, doesn't it? So somebody's brought Henna's work into their office. That's caused some more interest apparently. How does this change when rotated? Keuda Tartu. Oh, the masked figure is portrayed again in a living room or somewhere. Hidden art. So this is from, it looks like it's from like arts exhibition somewhere. I wonder where, but somebody's cracked the message by Mart obviously in this feed. So just some of the shots from our users and viewers of the exhibition so far. Thanks, Theo.
Okay.
And, sorry.
Yes.
Maybe I'll still say for the people who are watching this and viewers, so how do you do it yourself? How do you participate in this arts exhibition? Or maybe just I repeat that, mentioning that you can participate, join the arts exhibition by downloading the 3D Bear app in App Store or Google Play. And there you can search for Keuda Tartu models. And you'll find them and you can put them and play them. Like Katrin just said, you can combine them, make installations, have fun, and share them with the hashtag Keuda Tartu. And if you have any trouble doing this, just contact Pekka. The email is here and he'll help you get started. And also in this live stream, if you scroll to the beginning, in the beginning part, maybe 20 minutes in or 30 minutes in, you will see a live demo of how is this done if you don't understand from this text how to do it. It should be pretty straightforward, but if you don't, just scroll down to the beginning of the feed, 30 minutes in. There's a live showing of how you can access the exhibition models. So thanks there.
So next student is Öje Holm. So welcome, Öje.
Hello. I won't be sharing my screen today because I have a bad hair day. Please be mad. But I will be sharing my screen and I will be showing my process pictures and maybe you later can show the 3D scan.
Absolutely. Although I have a bad hair day too.
Yes, I can see.
I've had it since I've been 18 years old.
So, can you see?
Yes.
Okay. So I made a physical work at first. I made a corona mask, which looks in the front as a typical corona mask, but if you go to the side, then a beak comes from the side, a plague mask, plague doctor's mask beak. And the masks looked like this. And I'm going to introduce myself. Hello, my name is Keuda Holm, and I graduated from Palla Sculpture Department a few years ago, and now I'm studying in Tartu Art School. And the name of the work is The Plague Mask of 2021. The idea of this work started first when I bought a mask with a long nose from Venice. About 2 years ago on Halloween, I subconsciously had this feeling of fear. Artists, as we are really sensitive. And at that time, I did not know about the purpose of a plague mask. They were worn by plague doctors who treated victims at Italy and France during epidemics in the medieval times. It was believed that you could get fat when inhaling the odor of food. And it was also believed that you can get sick when smelling rotting flesh. So the doctors wear protective clothing, and the bird-like beak mask was filled with aromatic items, like with lavender and rose petals, some peppermint leaves, and some kind of vinegar sponge. And they believe that it will fight off diseases and bad smells and evil. So I wore the mask that I bought from Venice a few years ago, and we went to the city to celebrate my friend's birthday, which is also on Halloween. And people were laughing at me on the street, pointing fingers, ha ha ha, what a stupid mask this is that you are wearing. And look at where we are now in 2021. So the idea came like this. And now I'm going to talk about a little bit the process. At first, I made this shablon. I don't know how to call it in English, from foam. And then I started sewing. You know, if you are a sculptor, then you have to know how to do many things. And this is also the beak. At first, it was too long. Errors may occur by doing art, so it was too long and the mask didn't fit. So I made it shorter and then it fit. Then I started an acupuncture process on the mask by putting needles everywhere. And once I had the form, I made a PVA glue and water solution and then dipped the mask in that, and it cured by the night and it held the form. So yes, and maybe now the scanning part, Jussi, maybe you can show the...
Right. And as we saw just from the feed of the exhibition viewers and participants, this has been one of the most popular models that they're using. Apparently it's kind of a sign of the times, right? And it's also striking, and I love it because, you know, if you look at it just when you just, you know, pops up from the beginning, it just looks like, you know, a statue with a corona mask, and you think, you know, okay, maybe it's, you know, an artwork about COVID-19, or maybe it's I don't know why would somebody do this, and then you turn it around and see it's this witch doctor's beak. And to me, this is kind of a statement. And it was really interesting to hear your kind of background story and how this came to be. Because this, again, makes, you know, art depends on the eye of the beholder. So I guess everybody, when it looks at it, they can think about it and make their own kind of interpretation of, you know, this is obviously about COVID-19. This is the, you know, sign of the times, and saying something about, you know, there's something evil, there's something, you know, contemporary going on, and people can be left to wonder what it is and what is the kind of a message you want to convey. But it's really interesting to hear the background and the ideas you had when you created this. And this, you know, some time ago wearing a mask was ridiculed upon, and now it's a norm. How quickly has the society changed? So
Yes.
it's a lot of going on.
Yes, I can't imagine when doctors would be walking around with their masks. I showed you from the doctors, would be like really scary, but now it's like normalized. You know, we have these small robots called smartphones in our pockets. It's normalized. So now masks are normalized, and it's very interesting. Where are we moving with what is our future?
Exactly. What are our future norms too?
Yeah.
What can become normal in 2 years that, you know, we consider obscene or to be ridiculed upon at the moment? So
it may be good, it may be bad, we don't know.
Right.
But the scanning process was easy. It was not so detailed as I hoped, the form itself, but I texturized the mask and it helped a lot. At first it was just a big blob, a big mess. Now it looks better. Yes.
And as you say, the kind of sculpture behind is a little bit blurred, but as you texturize the mask, it's very clear, resolute, sharp there. And I think it adds to the effect actually, because, you know, it's blurred who's behind the mask, but the mask itself is very clear.
Yeah, the main focus of the work is clear. That's good. But I struggled with the physical work itself, and I imagined how much easier it would be to make it in the program.
Right, just 3D model. And
yes, to experiment.
Where is the physical model at the moment? Is it at your home or are you exhibiting it somewhere?
It's at my school. I left it there when I scanned.
Right.
I should bring it back because I have had work stolen from school before.
Oh, no. Maybe it's so scary that, you know, people don't dare to touch it. I hope so.
I hope so also.
Or maybe Erich has thrown some sort of blanket around it. I'm not sure. Erich, are you here, by the way? Do you want to comment as a teacher or not?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great and very appropriate piece of art. And yeah, I would say post-processing took some work, but yeah, I think it came out great.
I like the post-processing, the photoshopping. So maybe 3D texturizing will be my future. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, definitely. You should try it out if you are interested in any kind of sculptures, really, because certain tasks are much easier to do in virtual environment than in reality.
Yes, the experimenting part, I can believe. Then when you have the final idea in the program, then it's much easier maybe to make it in real life. You can experiment in the programs maybe more.
And I guess that also, you know, because we've been talking about this digitalization in society and how it's going forward. The same phenomenon obviously manifests in art. So this digital art is not going to stop. It's going to be just more pronounced in the future. And learning and, you know, getting the ropes of the trade here might be very important for the future.
I agree. Somebody has to build the 3D world that we're gonna soon live in.
Upload ourselves into.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Öje. So interesting.
Thank you.
And the next one is Emma Vilppula. Welcome, Emma.
I think Emma is in the Art Academy at the moment.
Okay.
Pääsykoe, what is it in English?
Entrance examination, I don't know.
Yeah, so she is not able to join, but I can show her work at the
Okay, thank you, Pasi.
exhibition. You can see this now. This is from the Ouroboros page, and here is the final work with all the creatures, and some of these are now scanned in the app, and Jussi can show the scanned ones later. So this is untitled work. It's ceramics and soap. This part is soap, the floor, the sand. And there are these ceramic figures. Some strange Western story.
So there are the elements of a classical Western, like the saloon, the carriage, you know, pistol men. But for some reason, these pistol men are centaurs. Do you know what's the story here, Pasi?
I think it's imagination. That's these things come from. I don't think she has a specific story to tell, but it comes from her subconscious somehow.
And the centaurs have these like Western boots on, like Lucky Luke or whoever is our childhood hero. And to me, it looks like the saloon, the kind of roof of it looks like a candy house in a way. I don't know if that's intended, or is it just my interpretation.
And the rider is it's a dog here riding the hearse. So many things going on.
And by the way, if any viewers have joined since we last discussed the Ouroboros exhibition, just to note that this is now live in the Cable Factory and you're permitted to visit it. So if you want to see these artworks live in Cable Factory, please pay the exhibition a visit. It's called Ouroboros.
Yeah, it's free entrance, so, and it's in the Puristamo, so it's next to the cafe in Cable Factory.
And do you want me to show the
show the scanned
model? So we brought some pieces of the art, those that exhibited the anamorphic features, to our augmented reality exhibition. So let me show them next. And as you saw from the kind of a digital feed we just looked at, those have been popular ones as well that people have enjoyed using when making their own scenes. And here obviously the trick is that when you first look at it, it looks like a guy, like or even because it's this ceramics glasswork, it's not very kind of focused. It's again a little bit blurred, also partly obviously due to scanning. But then when you turn it around, you understand that it's a centaur with 4 feet, 4 legs, and a tail, which you don't see when you kind of open it originally. So is it that it's like a saddle or something? But no, it's the legs. It's great, and it has the another cowboy as well, and this one is a lady. And you look at it, and the glassy sheen has come out all right here in these 3D models. So I like that. And these are like technically we've post-processed them in the Sketchfab to get these glassy like this, even though the original scanning doesn't permit it. So there's a technical trick that you can do to get this here. Any other comments, Pasi, from the cowboys or cow centaurs or centaur boys and girls, however you need to call them?
Maybe Emma's classmates know something more. Do you? No.
Karma?
I think Emma doesn't want to take things too seriously.
Yeah.
So that's the main part.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a humoristic aspect in like all of Emma's work.
Yeah, they're quite wild.
All right.
Thanks.
So thank you, Pasi, for telling about Emma's work. And the next student is Carl Morten Tam. So welcome, Carl.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, my name is Carl Morten Tam. I'm the second year student at Tartu Art School. And for my work, I made a shark using boats and other ocean themed stuff. And I don't really have like a deeper meaning to it like all the other students have, that some artistic meaning or some deep thoughts behind it. I just procrastinated and didn't have an idea. So as I was like looking at anamorphic stuff on the internet, like to think of something, I came up with an article about sharks somehow, and so I thought like, yeah, I'm going to make a shark out of ocean or marine themed stuff. So that's basically it. I made it completely in Blender. I didn't scan anything. I didn't have like the real world thing made. I didn't sculpt it. And if you could show it, please.
Absolutely. And I think it's kind of a playful, because it's composed of these different objects. So when you first bring it out, it's like, what is this? Is it a rowing boat or it looks very kind of funny in a way, playful. And what is this? Are these kind of a teeth or? But when you turn around the right way, as you said, it brings out the shark. So let me see. I think viewers might be better at this manipulation than I am. But here's the kind of what do you call it? The thing that protrudes from the back of the shark. Eva in Finnish, but now I'm drawing completely blank on my English. And here's the mouth. Fin. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's composed of a lot of stuff, so it's kind of hard to get the right angle to see it, but it's possible. I promise it is.
So this is actually pretty good challenge to our viewers. So
yeah, it is.
We dare you with Carl. Who can get the shark right? Who can make the best posture of a shark? Just share your work on our feed and let's look if one of you can put it right. And there will be a special prize awarded by a jury for the people who get it the best. So I will contact them by email later, the winners of this.
I can actually show it how it's supposed to
No,
look like.
Don't.
No. Okay.
I think we want that our viewers try it out and.
Well, then there's like a thing to get close to. Oh no, that's actually the viewer's imagination is probably better to see.
Right. And just a reminder how you can join the arts exhibition for those of you who joined lately. So you can download 3D Bear app, and there you search for Keuda Tartu models. And when you do so, you also receive 1 month of free trial, so don't be afraid. It asks for a subscription, but you don't need to pay. You can cancel any time afterwards. And with this search term, you'll find the artworks we are discussing in this stream. And now there's a spice in it. So those who make the best composure of Carl Morten Tam's shark will be rewarded with a prize after the show. And if you have any trouble getting this working, please contact Pekka on email here and he will help you. Erik, do you want to comment here on Carol's work?
I guess we have a somewhat team in here, and we are making some order from disorder or chaos. There are many pieces that have to come together. So maybe it's also a kind of reflection of our current situation, like social situation and so on, that there's this abundance of information and everything is very chaotic, and we still try to make some sort of order from these pieces that are all over the place. So maybe that's also a little bit in the art pieces.
Okay, thank you, Carl, and thank you, Erik. And then we have Mona Lampiranta, the next one. So welcome, Mona.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not very good in technology, but I try to put this so you can see. Okay. Hi. So I'm Mona, and I'm studying at Pekka Halonen to 2 years program, and I'm graduating this spring. And yeah, so I don't know where to start, but maybe I'm starting with the idea. I don't have the great idea behind my work, and I don't have the pictures to show you, but maybe Jussi can show the 3D thingies like right now.
Okay.
If Jussi
I'll
can
bring them up.
Yeah.
SketchUp.
But yeah, I started these sculptures mainly by the idea that I don't know what I'm gonna do, and I asked my teacher Pasi that what would I do? I don't know what to do, and I'm kind of lost, and you know the flow is not going on, and I don't know where to start. So Pasi said to me that you have to just start doing something. So I took this pile of clay and started molding it. And yeah, you may say it's kind of how you say it? Intuitive kind of work. So your mind, body, just doing it, and you don't know what you're doing, but you're doing something. So yeah, this is the first one, and as you can see, it looks like a human or kinda humanist. I say maybe there's no name for this, but let's say they are humanoids, not humans, but humanoids, because there are some kind of alien-like shapes to them, maybe. This one has 2 heads, and I don't know why, but maybe my mind does something intuitively. Yeah, it ended up like this. And mainly when I do something like this that I don't know what I'm doing, it ends up being a human-like figure. Whatever I'm painting or sculpting, it always ends up like this. And so yeah, it's kind of interesting. But there's kind of organic shapes, I think, with these sculptures.
So
and this glazing it's kind of nice, actually. I'm surprised to see it myself. But yeah,
this is quite exciting, Mona, because I don't know, it kind of so it has kind of to me as a viewer, obviously I don't know the artistic background, but just kind of 3 layers or 4 layers, the kind of legs, the belly, the boobs, and then the heads. And it's like the first impression is that this figure is pregnant. For me, I don't know if that's what you intended. And second, it's kind of deformed in a strange way. So I kind of again start to ponder what's going on. So it's pregnant, it's deformed. Is there a message? Maybe there's not, but that's how my mind kind of goes when I look at this. And to me, kind of the legs look like tentacles a little, kind of going around, and the head, because it has 2 heads, it kind of this Etin, this kind of figure from the stories that has 2 heads. So to me, this is kind of a tentacle Edin who's pregnant.
Yeah, it's actually kind of close to the truth. But when you make things intuitively, you don't decide kind of the thing you do. Everything comes from the unconscious. So the idea behind with your story or what you see is kind of close, because I've been thinking about those subjects a lot with pregnancy and children, and not going too deep with this subject here, but yeah, it's the unconscious that comes from within, and you don't have to really how do you say it? You don't have to think about it. If you just do it, it will show. Right. And that was very interesting, because I don't really have those kind of flow moments really often, especially with Corona going on and busy spring with the school and everything. So this was kind of fun, just to let it go and not think too much. Yeah, but it was fun. Yeah.
Pasi, do you want to comment?
Yeah, it looks nice. Do you have the other one also? Did it get scanned?
Yeah, there was 2. Yeah.
I think that the second one is not here for some reason.
Oh.
I don't know why. Do you have a picture of it, Mona?
I don't have a picture right now because I don't have a computer. My ex-boyfriend took it away with him today. I'm so sorry, but
no problem. Maybe we can share it later. Or I don't know if it's featured on Ouroboros too, Pasi.
No.
No, these ones are not going to the exhibition.
Yeah, there's a different work there. It's a painting.
Yeah.
Or is the painting/drawing?
Yeah. Could we see the artwork also, which is in Ouroboros?
Yeah, I can show it.
Is it possible?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll show it right now.
Oh, sorry. My face is all over the place.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yeah. So there are some same themes here.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is what is koivu in English?
Birch, yeah.
Birch. Kind of, yeah. I don't know how to say things. Sorry about my English. I'm so freezing right now. But yeah, there's this kind of gold leaf thing going on. And I made this with pastels and tempera painting kind of mix. Or this is a mix technique. And this is kind of big. It's 18 centimeters wide, and height is 120 centimeters. So it's kind of big. Yeah.
Yeah.
but there's a kind of a symbolism going on with the human inside of one human or one kind of super consciousness, maybe it symbolizes that. Yeah, it's the same thing with the sculptures. Like this may seem like I've been thinking this a lot, but actually I'm not. This started with just a skeleton, like the human that is in the center. It was a skeleton, and then it just formed to be like this. So I didn't know what I'm doing, and that's the main part in everything I do. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing it.
So it's your kind of a subconscious again manifesting here in this art.
Yeah, and it always ends up like being like a human form, kinda. This is actually pretty. You can obviously see there's humans, but it's not always the case. But somehow you can see the influence that there's some kind of human things going on. But yeah, I love symbolism. I think it's a great way to show what you are thinking, because I'm not a good speaker, especially. So I love to think that I can show people what I'm thinking just to, with symbolism. Yeah.
Great. That's what you just said, Mona, like about being able to visualize what you're thinking is actually why we created 3D Bear app originally. So it was our vision as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mona.
Thank you.
I see a religious layer in your painting. Apart from the icon theme, I see the Virgin Mary.
I forgot to say that. What is iconi?
Icon, I guess.
Icon. It's kind of weird, actually. Icon. Okay. I got inspired this last spring when actually I collect icons. And the cold and the humans and the babies and Virgin Mary and so on. It's kind of inspiring. Yeah. So it's kind of nice to know it's so somehow in the composition, where the woman is. Yeah.
Thank you, Mona.
Thank you.
And I want to thank all the students to show their artworks and tell their interesting stories, and it's really exciting to see the artwork and see the artist and hear the stories at the same time. Thank you so much. And now we are having our first artist guest, Jiri Geller, here. And I can, Jussi, can you share the text and the photo of Jiri? And I can tell some information about Jiri. Probably you know him because he is a Finnish sculptor, pop artist, and one of the best known new generation Finnish artists internationally. And he is going to comment the artworks of the students. And Geller's works are visually and technically extreme sculptures with pop art spirit, handling the big questions of our society with the twinkle in the eye. The work is characterized by its super finished surface, which seeks the illusion of a perfect machine-generated surface, which Geller himself uses, however, to work through various methods, often for months. And according to Geller, a work is complete when it looks effortlessly made, like a spontaneous creation. And welcome, Jiri Geller.
And I have the works also here. If you want to see them, I can put them here. I don't know,
Yes,
Jiri,
please.
maybe you can say when you want to show them the works that you sent me, but I guess now it's your turn.
Maybe Jiri, you would like to tell about these works in a similar way than the students told about their works earlier, that how you got the idea, and tell shortly about them.
Yeah, probably, yes. First of all, congratulations for all the students for very nice works. And I tell a little bit about my work. I graduated as a silversmith. So it's a very traditional handiwork profession. And I haven't worked as a silversmith since, never, but it has been a very meaningful skill and profession for me as an artist, as a sculptor. In many ways, it gave me a possibility to and skill for manipulating atoms in whichever way I want, and also I I learned that I'm capable to master kind of whichever techniques and mediums I want to use in my work. And first, I've been doing this like over 25 years now, and first 15 years was like digital free in my work in many ways. It was totally handicrafts, and I used to sculpt every original I needed, and but something like 10-12 years ago, I started to use some digital 3D things in my work, and since that, these 3D digital elements have been taking more and more place in my work. That's practically because of the whole world is turning digital all the time. It's like we're taking, for example, this COVID pandemic also has been taking a lot more further, but in every field of contemporary world is just turning more and more digital. And in my work, my artistic handcraft is that there is not my artistic handicraft. So what I'm trying to say is that I work on those pieces as long as there is not kind of human touch left. When the work is ready, when all the work needed, all the labor needed is away, then the work is ready. And in that sense, this practically everything you might need in your artistic work is today already modeled. You can buy model for almost everything. If you need Titanic for your work, if you need a Mount Everest, if you need everything is practically already existing there in a digital 3D format. You can buy that stuff from for example, Turbo Squid firm, and maybe in this point, if you would show some of my works there.
Absolutely. Just a second.
There's I picked up some for example, if you show this. Okay, this is a good example because there's a digital modeling, 3D modeling used in a two very different ways. The astronaut you see behind there is based on on digital 3D model, which I bought from Turbo Squid. It cost like $99 or something like that. But in this point, I have to mention that it's I see three-dimensional digital work very similar as handicraft. It's just a different media happening in a different format. Even though if you're using a 3D models, it doesn't mean that you are free of doing labor, making work. There is still a lot of labor to do, and like I said, I see it very similar as a traditional handicraft. You just the format is just different, the tools are different, and the media is different. But in this case of this astronaut, this cheap 3D model was just a base for the whole thing, and it saved us so much labor to have that on the bottom, and then the whole surface was resculpted, and it was a very labor intense job to do it, and then when the model was ready, it was milled with this 5-angle milling machine on plastic, and then this plastic pieces, these milled pieces were casted to aluminium in this very traditional technique of lost wax technique, and in this case, this very traditional casting technique was connected with together with this very new 3D modeling technique, and with this piece you see there in front, this was kind of a different kind of approach for using 3D modeling, in that sense that these objects, these sparkles were molded, were sculpted on a 3D format, and then they were 3D printed, and then the molds were made, and the fiberglass copies were taken out of these molds, and I think it's in these both ways of using 3D to your advantage. It's a very good way to save a lot of labor, but still there is a huge amount of labor. Still, it doesn't free you. It doesn't free you from a labor at all. And now, if we, in thinking about your works which were scanned, I see these original artworks you have made, very beautifully sculpted and beautifully and very sensitively sculpted pieces which were scanned, and I've during the years I've made some tryouts with the scanning, not being very successful with that because of I think it's very it really needs a lot of work, pre-work after the scanning, and so I don't see that technique to be not there yet in that sense, compared to do it in a doing it another way, like in this case that it's for example in these works of your I have to check this name of the work, like this sorry, it takes a while. Oh shit! Now I cannot find those works.
Jerry, do you want that I show them on SketchUp? Maybe it's easier for you.
Yeah. That would
comment. So here you see the feed of the
yes.
works.
For example, this Karin's Optionada thing, which is, I think that's kind of a kind of best example of how it's good example how it's the work is originally made in a 3D technique, and there is all these advantages what this technique is giving, and it's really giving the chances that you cannot, which is almost impossible to do other way around, and I see this piece very successful in this, like Karin herself said that it's not necessary to, you don't need to struggle with the gravity and there's all these very small details which are forming these words inside of the sculpture. This is a very good example of how it's actually working like a best way, this way, that you choose the technique and take the advantages out of the technique, instead of other way around, where like there is this very beautiful sculpture of this stupid kitten, this tyhmä kissa sculpture, which is the scanning is quite blurry and smushy, and it's not showing how beautiful and nice the original sculpture is, with this very sensitive detailing and another very good example with this choosing the technique is this Marx I don't know sculptures, which are really taking the advantage of the technique in many ways. And in this case, there is also this this original assignment of these works, which is to have this anamorphic thing, and in this way, seeing it differently from a different angles this is a very successful case. And if I understood right, I understood that it's really like it's made digitally in a first place. Did I understood it correctly?
Correct.
Yes, and it's successful in all these assignments, and then there is I find this shark also very amusing, because it's so confusing thing. If I understood correctly, these are not modeled, or are these bought, these objects, or are they modeled for this piece?
Karl, maybe you can answer that. Are you still here? You are muted, Karl, at the moment. Or Erich, if Karl is away.
Okay.
Those were done in 3D, so no physical.
Especially for this piece.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. It okay. It's cool. It reminds me a kind of very cheap stuff you can buy from the Turbo Squid or somewhere, and it's nice. I think that aesthetics is very nice, and it's a confusing thing, and maybe I don't have such of explanations why it's amusing me, but it's fun stuff, very fun stuff, and funny stuff, yes. And then on the kind of other side is this contemporary goddesses by Ada. It's their original pieces are very nice. The wooden pieces are very nice, and especially I like this the pink bikinis, how they were painted on this wood, and it's very easy to see that Ada is very good sculpture in anatomic sculpting also, but then also it's when it's done this way, that it's sculpted scanned, it's not, this technique is not giving so much advantage, because it's mushy and it's blurry, and it's for example when the original is nicer in this case than the scanning, and it's not, the scanning is not giving the value for the original. But on the other hand, I think you are going to talk about a lot later with this panel discussion, and you will have a discussion about these possibilities of augmented and virtual reality, and how traditional art could be taken inside to these new medias, and in this case how these three-dimensional words, sculptures can be morphed could be morphed to this digital world. And for example, if we're thinking about the game industry, there's so many artists are great artists are employed there in this game industry, and these traditional art world and game industry are not meeting kind of at all today, and I think this is not going to stay like this. It's just a matter of time when these traditional sculpting and digital sculpting will meet together. And but I think I'm not going there now, because I think you're going to you will talk about all these things later in this panel happening. But yeah, these are basically my thoughts about maybe if you show still these all these works. Yes, and for example, this the dance is and ballet, they are very nice pieces as original pieces, but then also it's these are facing again these problems of the scanning. Okay, there's nothing wrong with the scanning, I mean, in that sense, but it just shows that it would need so much pre-work and so much labor, so much handicraft in order to get these scannings, these 3D models to the same level as these original artworks are, because of I think with all these techniques, this scanning technique is still in a kind of earlier stage than actually modeling the things in. And I think all these examples are showing it's quite clearly that the pieces which are originally made digitally, they are successful digitally, and the ones which are made in a different format, in an already three-dimensional traditional format, they are more successful than these scannings. But again, I think they just would need so much more work to get them in a right stage. Maybe that's the reason I like so much of this shark thing, is that this kind of clumsiness of this modeling, which is for me very, very entertaining. The mask of Ulle is a very nice piece in a artistic way, I think also, and those all those the history of the background of the work was very, very creepy and gloomy, and yes, okay, maybe if you show this others also. Yeah. But, and then there was this one of these pieces. Probably I don't find it now there, which was yeah, because these icons are now on top of this, and but they were like like other examples also, like this Tyhmä Kissa, which were the original pieces were very, very nicely sculpted, very sensitive pieces, but these scannings turned out quite very. But I think I have now speak what is in my mind in that
There's
way.
still 2 photos by Jiri. That
yeah, okay. It's like a for example, yeah. It's like a here you can see this astronaut when it's like in a solo picture, and yeah, like I mentioned, it's the whole surface was remodeled in 3D format. It was remodeled totally, and because this cheap model was it didn't have enough details. It was so just even if I'm boring with this boring you with this saying it again and again, it doesn't, this 3D work, it doesn't free you from the labor. It's just the format of handicraft is just changing. It doesn't free you from labor. And about this crocodile work, it's now casted in a bronze with this same traditional sculpting technique, and it's almost 2.5 meters high monumental sculpture. But this picture is 3D picture. It's not. I don't have it photographed yet, the final casting, but it looks pretty much same as it looks in this case, and in this 3D image, and yes, that much about them. And
okay, maybe I think our time is up soon, but I'd like to ask one question from Jiri.
Yeah, sure.
And it's now that we have a lot of students here who have, some of them just started their 3D journey. You spoke about you starting as a silversmith and not doing much of the 3D. Maybe many of the people here at the verge of the same transition some of them are obviously experienced 3D modelers and like, but what piece of advice would you like to give to students when they head out to their careers after graduation?
Whoa, it's I have to mention that I still do a lot of handicraft if there is something that I'm not able to find a nice model for it, I'm still sculpting it in a traditional way. It's just my path. The thing is that and my choices have I've made that kind of choices that only the final thing matters. It doesn't matter how you get there, and maybe that's something that. But yeah, one thing is that I think it's even though you wouldn't use them, I think it's important to be positive about these techniques and not to be afraid of them. It would be important to be capable to use them, the new techniques, even though you will not choose to use them in the long run. But it is here today, and it's really like there is a chance that it will promote and rise the traditional techniques, and probably people one day will appreciate traditional techniques even more because of everything turning to digital and on material, but still I think it's part of your profession today to at least to be capable to use those and to think positive about those and not to be afraid of those techniques, because they are here and they are not going anywhere, and they are going to change the world even more in the future, and it's happening very, very fast.
Thank you, Jiri, for your encouraging comments on our students' work, and we really appreciate that you had the possibility to participate our opening day. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, and next one is futurologist and serial entrepreneur Pekka Salokannel, who will tell us about Cryptoart. Welcome, Pekka.
Thank you, Thea. Yeah, let me share you the slides so you will see a little bit better. There we go. So hello, everybody. My name is Pekka Salokannel. I'm industrial designer from my background and always been interested about future technologies and future possibilities, whether it's about art, it's about design, architecture, manufacturing and such. All kinds of these new techniques have been interested me since I basically started my studies, and been working lately, of course, over 10 years. So this is something that I've been dived into lately, is the Cryptoart, and I want to share kind of my ideas behind like what I've been found about the Cryptoart, what it means and such. So let's get started. So first, it's good to look into back a little bit. So as Carl Sagan said, that you have to know the past to understand the present. So there's a good line, a good quote to say that there is a lot of kind of hints from the past that you can kind of seek the answers to this current situation of Cryptoart, for example. So if we think about what's digitized already, is many things actually. It's about text first. We can think about journalists or authors writing books, writing essays, writing to newspapers and such. And that part kind of bloggers took some time ago already. That's been over a decade that there have been bloggers. TV personas can be coaches as well. And that part kind of have took YouTubers or TikTokers have taken that space as well. Photographers have turned to Instagrammers, designers to 3D printing designers, artists to crypto NFT artists. So there is a lot of like background to this, where to seek answers that how this will be shifted for the future, in the future, and what will happen kind of now in this field. So as Jiri also mentioned there, just in the previous talk, that there is nothing kind of new in a way. It kind of follows the same path that it's always been. These new technologies and new ways to create something. The main thing always stays there behind. So it doesn't mean that something is totally changing and you have to kind of forget the past. But it's just a new way of adding a new layer on top of the existing ways to do things. So in a way, I kind of put it here that you have the logical left side brain here, representing professionals, representing that something is valued rather by committees than audience, not sometimes audience as well. It's usually difficult to do, and that can be a very positive thing as well. Difficult doesn't mean always that it's a bad thing. And it usually is expensive. It depends again, like how do you look at this? But if we think about like big sculptures, it's pretty expensive to realize. It's pretty expensive to do. It takes a lot of like manpower to work with the sculptures. It takes a lot of hours, and of course, time is money for any artist. That you have to get the expenses out of it. So 4 hours it takes. More that the art piece should cost naturally. And this is more like the traditional way. It's through the profession. You have went to schools, you have a degree and such. Then kind of the creative side, the newer side is the right brain side. This is just like my idea, this brain thing. So it's kind of just related. It's nowhere kind of set in stone, this. But kind of the idea is that then you have this more free way, a new way. And usually it comes from the hobbies, it comes from the new technologies. It's easy, it's cheap. Sometimes it can be even for free to do, but it really depends again, like what are you creating? And usually value comes by popularity, actually. So it doesn't come by somebody defining the value. It comes from that people actually vote it. They like it, they view it. If it's a YouTube video, it depends on like how many views you have, how many likes, how many comments. These are the value based for this kind of content. And we call them influencers. They can be hobbyists, they can be professionals, but it's a wide range. And it's usually kind of easy to jump in, easy to get started. So, and again, like that's why I'm reflecting with the brain here that it's inside you rather than outside. There is no borders really. It's about yourself. How do you take this? How do you think about it? do you think that it's something new and it's terrifying, or are you just thinking, hey, that's a nice new way, let's try it out? So it's up to you always in the end. There is nobody else like defining it really. So more to topic, what is Cryptoart itself? Basically, it is a rare digital artworks, also called rares or cards, that are existing in blockchain. And cryptocurrency is usually used for these. So such as Bitcoin is one, the most well-known cryptocurrency. And it's based on digital scarcity. So something that is unique, something that is not repeatable, the original file kind of. So as we usually know that the digital art is something that is, like it's a photo on Instagram, for example, and that could be, taken screenshot and shared forward and such. But so can be regular art as well if you take a photo. The real art piece is the sculpture or the painting or such that is somewhere physical. So there comes the challenge of the crypto art, that how can be the unique, the original piece. And there comes the blockchain technique or technology involved. So blockchain have kind of created this possibility to keep basically a digital chain of transactions. So it's kind of like a receipt. You have information that, okay, this person did it at that point, the time, date, and this person have purchased it with this price and such and such. It's basically kind of like a receipt, you could think about it. So it's a digital chain of transactions to show like who owns it, who have done it, and so on. And why this is very difficult to fraud kind of like or fake is that each of these actions are verified by multiple computers. So that's where the magic of blockchain comes from, that multiple computers kind of verify same time that, okay, this is the original, this is the kind of like receipt from this art piece or other item. And that kind of creates the originality of the crypto art itself. So basically, in the end, you can sell, buy, trade those digital goods as they were the physical goods. So similar way in the end. And what is the NFT then? That's been the kind of buzzword lately. So NFT word comes from a non-fungible token word. So non-fungible basically means that it's a unique piece. That kind of tells. Fungible means that it's something to share. It's shareable. Non-fungible is not shared. It's something unique. There is a validation that this piece is the original, and the token kind of comes down to the kind of credit token value. It basically means that the kind of the credit side of it, the money, and that there is the cryptocurrency behind of it. So it's a unit of data stored on a blockchain that certifies a digital asset to be unique and therefore not interchangeable. So that's kind of the more official way to put it. But basically, these crypto art NFT, they basically mean pretty much the same. So as you can see what I explained, they are kind of going hand in hand. It's just more talked about term is the NFT nowadays. So if we dive into what NFTs have been sold, that kind of the interesting part, of course, here, that it's not something that just some few hobbyists are doing anymore. And it has grown really fast. And main reason most likely is the coronavirus, because we are working remotely. So are artists, also the art is as well. So the digital art has become kind of go-to place for recently because of the COVID, and that's most likely the reason. So here is on the background, there is this a piece from Beeple. Beeple is the most famous NFT artist in the world. he had become in 1 year basically, or even less basically, the third most expensive living artist today of all artists in the world who are living still. And this basically became 1 month ago only, when Christie's auction, which is a traditional auction that sells normally traditional art. This was their first digital piece they sold, or NFT actually, they sold about 1 month ago for $65 million. And this guy is basically, he's a kind of a graphic designer, 3D artist. He mainly do 3D art, very pop-like art. As you see on the left side, there is like Elon Musk riding Dodge there, very pop art-like. And below there is a fallen down Trump tattooed on him and so on. So this is kind of his style. And this has been kind of the most famous artist. That's just to show an example. And the 65 million euro piece is in the background. So it's basically all his digital art that he have done. It's a collage. Many can say that, well, that's not really a nice piece of art or not that great work. But hey, who can value that? So it's kind of the audience decides the value in the end. So somebody wanted to bid so high, and we believed in his work so much that it can be worth more even someday. Just few other examples. Neon Cat meme, probably many have seen, heard Neon Cat sometimes. That one got sold with $600,000. And then on the other side, which is not that much of an art really, is just to give an idea, a different perspective, is that Jack Dorsey sold his first tweet. So he's the CEO and founder of Twitter for $2.9 million. So there's a big money already involved here, and it has been growing very rapidly. Like people started his NFTs, I think, 1 or 2 years ago, and now he have sold 65 million pieces already. So it is something very interesting to look into as a field itself. So now if you're thinking about yourself, like how the NFTs could be sold, or where you can sell them, and how, there are a few platforms, of course, existing and different types. So for example, there is platforms for every user where is no limitations. Everybody can put on sale there. It's called Rarible and OpenSea. Those are the biggest ones. And then there is also the curated ones where more well-known artists are putting their pieces. SureRare and Nifty Gateway, for example. What is interesting about this also for an artist is that the royalties you can decide yourself. So even if you sell your first piece with the $10, you can set the royalty for all the future sales for 10%, for example, which is probably the most common, or 20 or 30%. So every time the next sale goes on for your piece, you get that royalty to yourself as well. As we normally think about like traditional art, you sell it once and that's it. There it goes. But in NFTs, you're tied with your original work if you wish to have those royalties. There are, on the other hand, things to consider as well. So it is not totally free to put them on the market, because blockchain itself requires kind of some capital, some money. So there is this other weird kind of phrases called gas, for example. And that means like computing energy required to process and validate transactions on the blockchain. So it means that to be able to that these multiple computers are verifying your piece and such, that takes money and energy. So basically you have to give the fee for that one. And also when you mint, which is called in this field, that mint is that you put on sale something, that also takes some money. So I put it there on the bottom, kind of like just to example. This is roughly estimation based on our artists, that they have said that about 50 euros it takes money to actually put it on sale and have it on sale. So if you start to test out NFTs, don't put it for 1 euro or 10 euros because you end up losing money then. So put at least 50, rather 100 euros per piece immediately, basically. And let the audience decide the value from that on. Currencies are usually different types. There's Ether, there is Wax, there's Flow. So usually it's not Bitcoin, but there is other currencies. So that is one thing very interesting is the royalties for the artist itself. Another interesting point is that this becoming kind of closer to stock market than traditional art sales. So kind of one item can have multiple owners, for example. And that makes it also interesting that, let's say there is like a very expensive piece and like piece of Van Gogh, which would be 1 million worth, and you can earn own just 1 promille out of it, and it's 1,000 euros, for example. So that becomes also possible in these NFTs. But I think my time is running out, so thank you for this, and yeah, that was my thoughts on Cryptoart.
Thank you so much, Pekka, about this information about this new type of art and all the system connected to that. And Pekka is also participating our panel discussion, so you will hear more about Pekka's thoughts later. And now we have a short break. And after the break, we are having our international guest, Alex Maxiov, a street artist from Ukraine. But now we can have a break for 10 minutes. So see you soon. So, welcome back. Now we are having our international artist guest.
Hello.
Hello.
How are
Hello,
you?
Alex. I'm fine.
Good to see you. Yeah.
Yes, thanks. You too.
Yeah, sorry, this is first time on Zoom for me. So if you see some mistakes with connection, sorry about that.
Okay, that's fine. And well, I can tell the audience that you are a Ukrainian street artist, and you came to tell us about the making of 3D street art and anamorphic illusions.
Yes, right.
And yes, so welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
And yes, please.
How I came up with idea to make a 3D, to start 3D street painting. I was studied in Academy of Fine Arts, and we had the subject of perspective. Most artists, they don't like it because it requires more analysis and construction, and artists, they mostly work just by hand. So, and our students, they mostly don't like it. So, but I like it too much. And I like this subject, and later it helped me to understand that there is a projection onto a plane, and the objects changing, and how the objects changes in the space. So there is a way to build objects in a perspective called architect method. This is when you need to build a grid in a space and do it accurately as possible. Yeah, it's more detailed on my website, on my blog. You can search and learn about how to build it from the beginning, because it's a lot of steps to create. And also, of course, many 3D artists, it's also possible to use projector. This is the faster way to make a 3D, but sometimes on some festivals, competition, it's not allowed to use projector. So in this case, you have to manage, you have to know how to do it in a more mathematics way. So, and I saw also 3D drawings on internet, and once one of my acquaintance, we had a conversation with him, and he told me like he knows how to do this 3D painting, and he started to describe me, but it was wrong. And I started to argue with him, like it's not correct way to build 3D anamorphic paintings. So, and after that, I decided like to make something at home. It was like a piece of plywood, and I decided to make some letters on the plywood. I think it was about like 2 by 1 meters. And I got succeed with that. So, and after that, I decided to go on the street and to do my first 3D painting on the street. So, yeah, like it's possible also to say like it's pushed me. The conversation with my acquaintance pushed me to do this kind of street art. So, and also I was inspired by many artworks I saw on internet. The famous artist like inventor of 3D, Kurt Werner from the US. So he started like 35 years ago when he started in Italy. And so, but in general, this kind of street art, it's happened like 500 years ago. The artists started to investigate this kind of art, how perspective works on the plane, on the surface. So
yes. Can you share with us some photos of your works, or
okay, I will try.
Or then it's also possible that Jussi will check them from internet and shares them.
Yeah, I will try. Let me
Yes.
check if I can share my screen now.
Yeah.
There's this green button at the bottom middle, which is share screen.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it has to be like desktop one, right? I think.
Yeah, that's a good choice.
Well, I think it doesn't allow me to share my screen. Or you can try to get to my website, maxiov.com. So, and you can try to share the screen.
Maxiov.com.
Maxiov.com, yes. And I can try to tell you.
Here we go.
Okay, thank you, Jussi.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So there is an article I made a couple of years ago about how to do anamorphic painting. That's the first article you see. There is like step by step without using Photoshop or projector on the street. So it's a mathematical method, and it's not invented by me, but I used some of the knowledges from what I studied in the Academy of Fine Arts. A couple of artworks I did in different cities, in different festivals. Last year I was in Romania also, and Turkey. I did 2 artworks, 3D anamorphic. One of them was on the wall. You can see the big window on the building. Yes, yeah. Yeah, that's one. So the theme of the festival was origins, and was like very very important for them to make this kind of theme because of COVID also situation, and they decided to connect this theme with origins. So, and my idea was to build, to paint the real window, and it's like ancient window, what I've got from the city, from the downtown of city Sibiu, and I decided to put it to the modern building, to the wall, just to remind people there is something ancient, we have to care about it. So I put also the line signal tape. Yeah, so that was the idea.
Yes. So you are doing your paintings like you're doing murals, and then you paint the pavements.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, last year's I started to do also murals like a couple of years ago, and but I started from the pavement, and still I do street art on the pavement.
And well, there are these students' questions. So what fascinates you about anamorphosis and 3D art now that you have been using them for some time? And has the reason you like it changed over time?
Well, now I'm not so much fascinated by the 3D effects. So, but because I'm trying to put more meaning to my work, to my artworks, and 3D, like now it's 3D effect is secondary now for me. But the public also like they likes it too much. And from the beginning, my career, I started to paint 3D like without putting too much meaning. So it could be like kind of some insects, birds, or just on the street, because even if it's made with 3D effect, it's already making like wow effect, and people like it too much. But during my a couple of years, I grew up with some ideas which has a surrealistic style. Also, I'm trying to put it into surrealistic style to connect with 3D. But sometimes I think people not ready to see just the surrealistic 3D anamorphic style. They just need sometimes what I thought actually. Sometimes they need to see just something beautiful animal on the street, or something which breaks the perspective in a space. So, but for me, it works better to work it with some meaning also.
Yes, yes, you tell about that meaning. But the next question is that what subjects do you visualize the most?
Yeah.
And why?
Yeah, as I said above, so it's like now I'm making some trying to make some surrealistic way, and to do some artworks in that way. Of course, I have some commission jobs also, which sometimes not allowed me to use the surrealistic style, what I like more. So I have to do some artworks in a more understandable way for people. It's also nice. So, but for as a professional artist, for me, it's important to do it to put my vision of my art. So, yeah, and I also, yeah, as I told about, I did some animals on the street, and now I changed it a bit. So.
Yes. And do you use or have considered using digital elements or process in your work? For example, augmented reality or digital sketches?
Yeah, I'm trying to use for my sketch. I use the paper, just like to get my ideas. So this is my sketchbook. So I do some sketching on the time to time on my sketchbook, and then also I use tablets for like Wacom tablets to create also sketches. I use Photoshop to work with Wacom, and when I came up with idea, I have to do another step to paint it more detailed. Then I got this finished sketch design. I already apply the grid to the design and change it in a perspective. So, and I don't use any AR technology on that, but maybe in the future I will investigate it.
Yes. Okay. And is there any physical process, for example, drawing, sculpting, or maybe something more specific that you would recommend fully digital artists to try to develop as an artist? Or do you think they are better off not distracting themselves from the digital world once they have chosen it?
Yeah, I think it's important for any artist to do some hand sketching. Like I think it's all the time helping with like increasing your skills, and I think it's also important. So I would recommend not to stick to the laptop, to your laptop, just time to time to do hand sketching or painting or sculpting, just to I think it helps the artist to develop a sense of the volume and colors also, and time to time to composition also. I think it's important. So don't forget it.
Yes, that's your advice.
Yeah, and especially if you are going to, for example, is my art, I have to do it. So some of the design I made with using some laptops, tablets, but I have to make it in the street just with hands, so which I need my hand skills to make it real artists on the street. So
yes. And what advice would you give to the art students in starting a career in art?
Well, I think that's important when the artist has your own style, and it's all the time searching for the art style. Like you're going to work, you're going to represent people, and also I would recommend not forget about some academic types of drawing and painting. I think that's also important things for artists. So that's it, and search for your style. That's very important thing. So.
Yes. Do students and teachers, do you have some questions to Alex?
Yes, please.
Would you like to ask something?
So maybe they wanted to know the process of creation, like from the beginning. I start to when I came up with idea.
Yeah.
The next step, I'm going to make sketch design. So the sketch design has two two steps. When I made the first sketching, it just outline, could be on my sketchbook or on my laptop. And then after, when I came up the final composition, I'm going to apply more details, to put more colors, to change something, because sometimes it depends on the spot where I'm going to to paint. The size also depends on the composition, because the 3D anamorphic painting usually it's stretched, it could have like 8 meters high and like 2 meters, 3 meters width. So, and you have to manage it according to your location, your site. And after when I done my design, final design with colors, I'm going to apply the grid. I put the grid on my design, but this grid I'm going to put the grid in a perspective. So it's not like you see in front of a grid. So it's changing. The grid's changing according the height of the people they're going to take picture on the street. And then I stretched this design into the location I have. So I put the same grid on the location, the same this scale, the same size. I put the grid on the location, and then part by part with crossing lines, as I see on my design, I replace my design to the location. And then if you stand already on the viewpoint, you're going to see the right 3D composition.
Okay.
Sometimes it takes a couple of days to create 3D painting, so it depends on how much time do I have. Depends on the festivals, or if I'm going to make it myself on the street, it could be done for 1 day, could be done for 3 days, depends on the size of the painting also. So one time I spent like 6 days on the huge paintings I did in some cities. Yeah.
Have you ever been in Finland?
No, never. No, never. I would love to be there. So.
Yes, or in Estonia.
Yeah, I've been to Estonia. I made one commission project there. Yeah.
Okay, where it was in Estonia?
That's the capital of Estonia.
Tallinn.
Tallinn, right? Yeah.
Yes, because I think I have never seen that kind of painting like on the pavement in Finland. We have some murals, but I have not seen on the pavement. There could be, but I think it's not so common in Finland.
Yeah, I think maybe next year's or after, or maybe I don't know. Already this year, depends on the situation with COVID. So it would be great to come also to make something in Finland. Also, would be great to make some workshops also on for students, for people, just to see how it works, and all process how create with 3D on the street.
Yes. So
yeah.
now the art schools can invite you.
Yeah, I'm all the time happy.
I hope so.
Yeah, would be great.
Yeah. Yes, and how has it been to work during this COVID-19?
Well, most of the project was cancelled. So for last year, I just had 2 projects. It's commission job. So I done in Romania and in Turkey. So, but and still this year, most of the festivals still not open, but it's getting better, because this year I already have been invited for street art festival in Germany, one project I have in Germany also, and another street festival I'm going to visit Greece. Which is, yeah, I would say it's getting better this year, but not too much.
Yes, yes. So we hope that in the autumn the situation is better, and yeah.
Yeah, and rules also are changing all the time. So for me, like it's the participation is confirmed in the festival, but you never know what's going to be 1 week before. If they close the borders, no any chance. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. So
yeah, yes. There is still time for one question. So
yeah.
Who would like to ask?
So Alex, I can ask the same thing I asked also Jiri, that you are an experienced artist in the field of anamorphosis and this art, and we have a lot of here aspiring students who have been just about to graduate. What is the most important piece of advice you'd like to offer them?
If they are going to make 3D anamorphic, you mean, or
possibly some of them might, some of them might not.
Well, I think the most important things, if I'm talking about to make 3D anamorphic, I think it's most important thing just to get some painting and drawing skills. That's just regular, not like in 3D. If you have these skills, that's help you better to make 3D anamorphic painting. And what else? And also your vision of the objects, and to make all 3D. The next thing, which is important things, to understand how the shadows works, how explain, how displayed your painting on the street in a better way, using the correct perspective on your painting and with surrounding, because you can use the different perspective, which doesn't look like so good to people to understand this is right, a correct composition and a correct perspective. So it has to be the same, your perspective and the perspective which you're going to paint. So, and also, yeah, develop your skills of the drawing and paintings. This is my advice.
Thank you. And there are some precise instructions how to make anamorphic paintings in Alex Maxiov webpage, so you can read.
Yeah, you can read this article more detailed and understand how it works. Maybe some things you already started in your university and you can understand it quick. So.
Yes, thank you so much,
thank you,
Alex, for visiting our opening day, and it was really interesting to hear about your work. And I hope that you will arrive in Finland and we can enjoy your street art here.
Yeah, I hope too. It was nice to speak to you today, and yeah, I wish you have a good day today. And thank you for inviting me. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for coming.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, that was Alex Maxiov. And now Sara Käkönen and Nenna Kaunisto from 3D Bear will tell you how you can make your own exhibition with augmented reality. So welcome Sara and Nenna.
Thank you, Steph.
Thank you.
Second, I will share my screen. Okay, so first of all, great to be here. So I'm Sara and Nenna is here too. And we are here to tell a little bit more about what's behind of this AR exhibition and how to make this kind of project. So I think you might have heard something about us already, about 3D Bear, but we will just shortly tell a little bit. So what we actually do is that the main area of focus is to integrate 3D technology and education together. So basically 3D technology here means mainly VR and AR. So I think all of you here know what those mean, but basically VR means like when you have VR glasses on and you are in a totally different environment than where you actually are. And AR, we're already familiar with that one because this exhibition was made with AR. So this just such a little bit introduction about us, and let's continue with the subject. So basically, this is the outcome of the project. So this is the outcome of the AR exhibition we have been looking today. But we will see a little bit behind this. I know that some of you have been here the whole day, so you probably told already something about this. But what's behind of this final work? So basically, when we look at this, you are able to create your own AR collection, unique AR collection, and can be used globally, as we know here, in different places. And of course, behind this is first of all the scanning. So I think you told about this a little bit, but we want to talk more about what's behind this one. So like the main work is the code developing process that is done between 3D Bear and the customers. So here as well, the main thing was to co-develop the idea behind this AR exhibition. So basically the main work here is to do the plan about the process, and this is like the process that we use in every customer project. And we want to discuss a little bit about this. So the greatest thing of all here is that after this process, when we have co-developed, for example, this AR exhibition, you are able to create your own AR exhibitions in the future too. But actually we work also with VR. So we want to discuss about that a little bit too. So Nenna, you could show some examples of our previous work. So we want you to be familiar with that one too.
Yeah,
start
thank you,
with
Sara.
AR example.
Yeah, that process is really important and inspiring for the customers, and it's really important to get known how to create more content in VR and AR. And yeah, here is a case about forestry. Students need to know and learn how to cut the forest properly. So as you can see, students can cut the trees one by one in our 3D Bear app. So here's the video. Student can do this task in any location and learn more deeply about this team in his own environment. And this kind of task will encourage students to apply the theory to his practical skills. And of course, it's motivating and more fun way to learn. And in the next slide, you can see the results. And so it's really true to life, and you can see how it works. And next example is from VR learning environment. So VR learning is another way to learn more active and effective way. You can learn almost anything in these environments, and these are really easy to build up, as well as AR environments. In example, this is done by a teacher who participated in our process. And yeah, here are a couple of examples what you can do with VR and AR with us. And we are more than happy to help you with your projects. If you have anything to ask or comment, we are happy to help. And here you can find our contact info from this slide.
Now we answer the questions. We wanted to show you also like the education side. Like even though this AR exhibition is one sort of education work, but this is a bit different, so we wanted to show that angle as well. Any questions?
Maybe I can add on what Sara and Nenna said, that we have had the honor of building around 400 different virtual learning environments in many different fields, in social and healthcare, in language learning, in here art, process industry. Even we've created a virtual brewery where you can learn to brew your own beer. That's with Tartu in Tampere. And if you still remember what I spoke initially when we started off this arts exhibition, so this COVID-19 has been a crisis. I compare it to kind of equivalent to global war. And during wars, technology always develops. And so do virtual learning environments. These have been the technology that one takes to specific needs during COVID-19 to be able to learn or even graduate during the crisis. In fact, Keuda, some study fields already use virtual learning environments for certification. So, for example, in social and healthcare, you can do the exams for certification in specific subfields already virtually. And how great is that? And we in our team, we feel extremely honored and proud having been able to achieve this, to have students graduate during COVID-19 and with the help of these virtual learning environments that you had some glimpse of here.
Yeah, thank you, Jussi. And if you're not already uploaded our 3D Bear app, now is a great time for that. Here is something to do right now.
And this is something you might find in the Cable Factory as well if you go to the Ouroboros exhibition today, which is live in the Cable Factory, so please feel free to visit it. And you will find also these instructions on the augmented reality stand there to help you get started.
That was our part. Unless anyone wants to ask anything, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Sara and Nenna. If you have questions for them later, so you can contact them by email. And
thank you.
Yes, thank you. And today we have seen interesting examples of virtual art And the next 45 minutes, we will have some experts of art discussing virtual art in a panel. So welcome Anne Rudanowski and Erik Brutus from Tartu Art School, and futurologist and entrepreneur Pekka Salokannel. Are you all here? Pekka is here, Anne is here, Erik is here. Great. Welcome. Yes, we have discussed the virtual art in some way the whole day, but I would like to ask you that what is virtual art? What do you think what it is? Who wants to start?
I guess one possibility is to start with it's like two concepts in one, right? So if you have 45 minutes, that's a long time. So maybe will it be appropriate to start by maybe each of the panel members would like to give an expression what he or she thinks art is by at least their definition, or if you think about the concept of art, then what is this phenomena you come up with? Would that be a good starting point? What do you think?
I think so, if all the panelists agree. So would you like to start, Erik?
Sure. So yeah, I mean, it's a frighteningly wide area, right? So at least when I am personally trying to, wrap my head around some these wide topics, then usually at least for me, it helps to start by defining some, concepts. What are we even talking about? But when it comes to art, maybe it's a useful thought exercise also for the students. So most of you are art students, so I'm not sure how often, or have you even all thought about, do you even know what like this art is, what are you supposed to do, and so on. So at least for me, when if I think about art, or if I see something that I think at least is supposed to be art, then I often tend to make this scale, basically. So I guess you could say that in one end there's art with the small letter A, and in the other end of the spectrum there is art with a capital A. So I'm not saying that either side of the scale is more important, or one end is better than the other. I'm just saying that there's this wide scale, and I guess in one end there's this I could say this technical art, or in 3D and visual effects and such areas, there are often technical artists and just artists. So there's also like a distinction over there. So it's like one side is this craftsmanship, basically, whose job is to well, hopefully in a stylistic and tasteful manner create something specific in very high detail. And maybe on the other side is this, I would say, even conceptual art or conceptual artist who maybe isn't as much concerned about the high fidelity or details, but like the concept of the art is the priority. So I guess in one side, the art has some specific utility. It's for like, let's make a, I don't know, game character or movie character in 3D. And that of course requires artists, and it's a form of art. But I guess in some ways the most important part, or the way in which art could be like the most developed form of art, as you might say, it's the conceptual part, where art basically, or the piece of art basically has no other utility besides just being art. So if something is made for the purpose of art, then it's like a very special kind of I guess area if you compare it to all the other visual or whatever creative areas. So at least for me, there's this somewhat scale of artness in different things. Yeah, maybe I would stop around there.
Thank you, Eric. And Pekka, what do you think? What is virtual art?
Yeah, it's very broad kind of a concept itself. Of course, one way is to put it that it's basically anything digital, that it's nothing, not something that you can kind of physically touch. So that's of course one way to put it. But also like virtual reality, augmented reality, it's kind of easy to tie the those as well, even if it doesn't necessarily only mean that. But that's kind of a new medium as well. As we've seen today, the augmented reality art can be done in virtual reality and experienced in virtual reality in both ways. With these technologies, you can kind of feel and sense it three-dimensionally. If it's done so, if it's basically 3D object, you can walk around it and kind of experience it. Which means that you are closer to reality, and that's kind of where augmented reality and virtual reality answers, or what are those technologies' benefits, that you get closer to reality. It's not yet that you can really touch them, but those are also coming up, like haptic gloves, for example, that you actually could feel it as well. So more senses you use, more you believe in it, basically. So now we have the eye sense, so visibility. Touch will come some point as well. We have joysticks existing. There's some gloves existing already. Body suits that you can feel also things. And also then, of course, balance comes with the VR easily, kind of because you are into the world. And then smells some point as well. That could come, like, you know, if the art piece is done from wood, it would be nice to smell the smell of the wood as well. That's probably the last piece that we need to wait still to kind of fake and make the virtual art, is the smell, because that's probably the hardest one to digitize. But I believe that day will come. It's a matter of time that who kind of and which companies or universities or inventors will invent that, but that will come as well. So I think that's the whole point, is that you kind of get closer to reality slowly, and we are taking steps towards that. And that's one way to think about the virtual art.
I guess then the question arises that if you can see it and touch it and smell it and feel it, then what makes it virtual? So if we finally, try to approach reality, but we already have a reality, so why do we make it virtually? Or what makes it virtual?
Virtual, the good side of virtual is that it's not location based. So when it's digital, you can experience it basically everywhere. So when it's physical, it's location based always. You need to have the piece somewhere. That's the advantage of digital. But yeah, that's one way. But that's kind of like a philosophical question. Yeah, that is it real or not? Not then if it's virtual, but it feels totally real in all senses.
Thank you, Pekka. And Anne, what do you think?
Yeah, it is very, let's say, broad question. But I think one way I can put it is that yes, we previous party and Erik, you talked that there are questions, where is this art and how do you make this art? And of course, this is kind of thing which goes together with digital art. But if I think about art and how it is made and how art probably will be made, this kind of art which will touch your soul or your spirit or whatever you say, art is always kind of psychological, and for me, if I take like an artist, then virtual art is kind of new toolbox for me. Actually, that this is that for this time I could make my sculptures with my hands, and I like very much this. Erik was speaking about craft and craftsmanship and so on. And Erik, you said that there is kind of craft, and on the other hand there is conceptual art. But we can put in this way also that we have craft and tools for this kind of thing. So we have hands, but now we have like a new toolbox. And for this toolbox, it is like a kind of changing our thinking about art. And if we are using this toolbox, now my hands they are like a bigger, my fingers now go to the details I never could go before. Even if I take folding, the new toolbox has changed my mind so differently that I can, I think differently, and now I do things differently. So I think that you can put virtual art, that this is something which has done with new toolbox for artists. And actually, I think we now we can see how this, like this Canadian philosopher Marshall McLuhan, he said once that first people make their tools and then their tools are making them, changing them. Now I think that we are in the situation now that we have got, like we are like happy children now with new tools and with all those scannings and 3D modeling, and we are like working with them and thinking what we can do now, and it gives kind of excitement. But what I am interested and what I am thinking, that here are things I am doing with hands, and here are things I can do with different kind of tools, and how this will change my mind, and what kind of art will emerge from this, and where and how this art is made. So this is kind of things. Actually, if you are just artist and for you someone says virtual art, so how do you make it? So this is kind of thinking.
Yes, thank you, Anne. The next question is that can virtual art help to promote traditional art, so like handicraft, instead of replacing it? And I think that there was already quite a lot of point of views in Anne, what you said, and also what Jiri Geller told us, that he is using some digital things, but he said that anyway he has to do some handicraft that for him this digital tools doesn't replace the handicraft. But what do you think? So the question was, can virtual art help to promote traditional art, handicraft, instead of replacing it?
Yeah, well, I can start that. I think definitely it can help. Like one thing kind of tied to the previous question a bit is that today's art exhibition in AR is the AR art, or is it actually advertisement for the art piece itself? So it depends how do you show it, where do you show it, kind of, and it's hard to put the line between, is it kind of promoting it, or is it actual separate art piece? I guess you define it as artist yourself, plus of course the audience define it as well, how they feel it, if it's art, or is it more like a ad or so. But definitely it can be used. If we think about also other mediums, whether you are a photographer or actor or musician, it's kind of requested now, even nowadays, that you should kind of post on social media something that you are kind of known by other mediums as well. So in that sense, like also for art, it can be AR and VR, these new technologies could be the way to promote your work. That it's just a representation of the original work, and it doesn't even try to be different art piece. It's just promoting the original. So it kind of gives more even value for the original work if that gets kind of more awareness. Like I said earlier, digital means that it can be kind of anywhere. When it's physical, it's located somewhere, and yes, you can take a photo of it, but it still is somewhere located. But the digital can be shared more and everywhere, so you can create awareness more through that way. So definitely it can help the original work as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Anna that the virtual part and the digital part basically refers to some kind of tool. These are tools, but I guess also what Pekka mentioned, that it depends on whether your focus is on like what's the added value. Is it like the promotional part or something else? Maybe it's useful to like discern two different things. One is like tools, digital and virtual tools for making the art, and the other side is how it is distributed and how it is used and how it is viewed, and how does the the viewer experience the art. So that's probably a little bit different, because when producing art, it's massively like the digital tools enhance like the quantity and also like the quality and the fidelity and everything about what you create. These are basically like machines that make the work for you. So you could, for example, like make something physically, then like we did, scan it, post-process it, maybe even with the 3D printers or print it out in some different scales. Maybe you like make a small figure, but then later print it out like 10 meters high, for example. Today we are printing houses with 3D printers. So this back and forth between the physical and like the virtual tools, that's definitely like a massive improvement, at least in the speed and efficiency and so on in the final product. So
yeah, this idea of art can be anywhere. I think this is the thing that actually gives value if you have an original piece and then you put it, make it digital, and then, but in somehow it is actually in one place. It can be also like giving value to this, let's say, normal or old. We cannot say that this is old style of art, but it is changing so much. I mean, this art scene itself, that it probably will not replace, but all the things what are happening now, they will change our experience of reality, and probably we get to some new senses. but we have not used yet, and this like this is kind of new kind of things which come up with this new things we do, and what is happening in our minds. Actually, I think it all goes back how we processing it, those things in our minds, and then what we do really with our hands, because so far we still live here, physical world.
Thank you. Well, I was thinking about, for example, the Tartu Art School. There is possible to study this 3D designing. So are these all studies like so that students do digital things, but do they also practice like some like handicraft skills?
Yeah, definitely. There is still traditional sculpture with like clay, and also drawing and painting with like real paint. Yeah, that's still in there. But I guess I would say that over the years, it has been going on. The very first class started around 10 years ago. So when I compare the very first, I guess the curriculum to the current one, then there is definitely a tendency to make more things digitally. So for example, in the beginning, there was the color theory was with paint, but now it's totally digital. So it tends to be more digital, but still there is traditional drawing and so on.
Yeah, I think this actually I teach also in Pallas, which is another art school, art university in the same house Erik showed today. And in the sculpture department there, we have like two classes. One class here, it is like old clay, like a classical clay modeling, and the other class is full of computers and all things you need. And we have been now looking 5 years how it is impacting or what is happening with people. If you need to work in digital world and then do the same thing in real world, and what kind of senses and places in your mind, what do you use, and what it is doing actually with you. And of course, actually it goes back to the very individual, personal worldview and thinking about art. But one thing is that you can also see how the skills are developing, and how one toolbox is like influencing to the other one. And that's really very interesting process. Thank you.
And what about the students who, for example, study only sculpting or something? Do they have any 3D designing or some virtual elements in their curriculum?
Yeah. Actually, in sculpture department, they do modeling, 3D modeling, and in sculpture department we use 3D Studio Max and ZBrush and little more zoomorphic like modeling also. But it is so that for some people it is very difficult in the beginning, but if you take it that you use Word, this is just a new program. It is easier to, just to write letter, and if you don't need to, rewrite if you make mistakes and so on. So actually, if you take just this 3D world and tools, they are the same thing. And if you take down all those like old people, they also, my mother says always that I cannot do it. I say, it is not so difficult. Can you try a little bit here? Now she's using like a Skype or whatsoever. It is like you step over and then you are there. And then this is just another kind of word, let's say the 3D program. That's just another kind of tool. So we do it in the same, from the very beginning. They start with clay and they start with 3D modeling in virtual world.
Okay, thank you. It sounds good. What about the audience for virtual art? Like, which is the main audience, or is there any main audience for the virtual arts?
Yeah, I guess it really depends on where it's shown. Basically, that defines a lot about the audience. But I don't believe there is one audience for all of it to be said, because virtual art can be in Instagram, for example. It can be some 3D program inside of it if there is models that you can kind of view them. So it's wouldn't be only like that you create from scratch, but there would be some ready-made pieces. It can be it really defines the medium or the platform where it is located, more about the audience, I think, than the art maybe itself.
In Central Africa, it's maybe not so popular, but
okay. Yeah, of course, it depends also what do you use. I mean, one is internet platforms, different things, but but actually you can happen to see it just on the exhibition. So I mean, you can for now meet it everywhere in certain level. Yeah.
Yes.
And I mean, like a good platform will introduce art to masses would be these giant screens we have everywhere, like on the malls and stuff. There is screens everywhere, so you could just put the art up there, and even the people who usually don't go to some sort of art exhibition still can, you know, easily experience the virtual art also.
And has somebody done that already? Do you know?
For the mall screens, I actually haven't seen any.
Yes. Well, Pekka told already something about the virtual art collecting, but what is virtual art collecting? How can you collect the virtual art?
Well, yeah, I can continue a little bit that of course, one way is to just collect, you know, just images. That's like the free way and the easiest way, most likely. We all have images on our computers, most likely. So that could be the easiest way. But if you kind of want to own a real piece of it, then the NFTs most likely for virtual art would be the way to go nowadays, so that the blockchain is helping that there is a real signature that this is the original piece, and that way you could earn also as a value kind of that part of the piece or totally that piece. That's another way.
Yeah, people like collect, and actually this is now like I think this Cryptoart gives a new possibilities to just when we first collected marks. I just found 10 mark. I had an old book, and I found someone has got the hidden mark stamps over there. Then I think for now this is like a new hobbies. That do I have all those, and what is popular in this crypto world now, and actually this is also I think one interesting thing that the people now create like a series, collectible series of the works, so that you have this possibility, and then kind of new fun thing.
Yeah, maybe it's even more focused on collectors than real art, because like virtual art, you don't actually own any art. The main thing is that it's just a image file that can be copied identically infinitely. So what you are actually buying or collecting is like a certificate of ownership. You don't actually have any tangible art. You just say that I own that kind of image. So yeah, definitely I think it's big now, but it probably won't go away anytime soon. So yeah.
I think the blockchains are more about investments rather than art. They're just basically to make money, not like actually about art.
Yeah, that's mostly like if you are collecting real art in millions and billions of dollars, then you also probably aren't that much interested in art. You just want to make some, you know, buy something cheap to sell it more expensive later, because like often people don't even display the very expensive art pieces. They just put it in away in some storage in like perfect environmental conditions, so it won't degrade, and hopefully they can sell it later more expensively. So yeah.
But this psychological thing here is that you own something, and you know that this is yours. You know, this is kind of thing that actually all people like. You know, and if you can say that I own this, you know, art piece, or it gives you kind of, I don't know, legacy in the kind of hierarchies in the society and so on. It is. I think there are many complicated layers in this new movement, and definitely art. Real art or classical art makers or doers, they need to consider this new kind of thing also. You can actually, you know, this is, you can choose what you are doing, but I think this collecting thing, this is something in our psychology, and this ownership or something like this also, probably.
Yeah, one comparison also is money that we used to have paper and coins, and we used to have this little booklet that what was telling that how much money we have in the bank. Well, we don't have that anymore. We have the net bank, and kind of you could say that, yeah, you can repeat that, but hopefully there is good systems enough that there is not much frauds happening. We trust the banks that we put the money there, and we trust the digital number there, that there is that much money in the bank. So that kind of similar way art is taking steps towards digital way, and there always will be both. There definitely, especially in art, there will be the physical side. Digital is just another new way to represent it.
Mm-hmm.
Would the students or the teachers, would you like to ask the panelists something? Do you have some questions or comments?
I have questions. The two students, do they have already some NIFs or NFTs? Have they already? Are you out there on the open sea?
I have looked at them, but I just think it's too early to buy them yet. Still have to wait for the like internet personalities and people who promote them to, you know, get them bigger, because right now I don't really see the point of buying them.
About making them.
But I was thinking.
But, making them. No, I know I haven't thought about that now.
Oh, you have a good work now. You can put it out and just try. You know, 50 euros, as you said, and I mean, it is worth of trying. You never know who will value your work.
Yeah, I have to admit that I haven't bought or sold any. That closest to that one, I do have done 3D printing designs and been selling them over 10 years already online. So it's just a virtual 3D file, and there is two ways. Either people buy the file itself and 3D print with their printer home or wherever they can do it, or then the other way is to upload the file to 3D platform, basically 3D printing service, and then they actually send the physical printed part to the people who purchased it. So that one I've done. So it's a similar thing, but it's more products than art, really.
Mm.
But what about the changes in the value of those virtual artworks, because I think that maybe like some physical artworks, let's say like Finnish Golden Age painters, they keep their value, but how is with the virtual art or digital art?
I think it will be faster consumed, definitely. Like usually digital is. There will be, yes, evergreens. Like somebody sold NFT that was 1 pixel of like invisible pixel, so there wasn't any content. But he was the first one who created that kind of had that idea that, hey, let's do this silly idea, somebody will buy. Now it's like tens of thousands of dollars worth, I think, if I remember right. So again, like certain things will stay evergreen, but most of it will be consumed faster than regular art, I believe.
Yes. So when you are creating digital art, is that like you said that somebody sold 1 pixel? So is that innovative ideas, are they important in those when you are selling digital art?
I guess it's part of it. It's one aspect, definitely, but some is like really about the skills that somebody is creating really good looking art, and that's of course another point, and maybe the most common way is that it actually looks good, it's skilled work.
Yes, I think it's the same as we saw today, that we had those digital artworks in Sketchfab, and they were really interesting and looking nice as such. So yes.
However, because we have now these great tools that enable us to, like many people who maybe wouldn't have gotten into making art in other ways, because we have these great tools that make great looking images. I won't even maybe call all of them art, but it's easy to produce visually impactful and detailed and awesome images rather easily. So maybe in that respect, also because there will be so many of those, it's more difficult to, shine out of the crowd, even if you have a good idea. So I guess one danger is that it's not even that good art will make become popular and make lots of money, but it's the art that is being promoted by people who already have a following. So I guess that's one like danger of making lots of digital art fast. So it's difficult to shine out.
Yeah.
And you asked about that is there that is it like innovations? Probably also because of that it will be partly that, or more pop art also, because it's defined also by audience, by popularity. And as we know, when people start to post on YouTube videos or TikTok videos, entertainment, humor, they comes first usually. So the same thing will happen in art, in NFTs most likely. As we see the Beatles' works, they are like memes basically in a way, or pop art. So I think that kind of, because they are popular, easy to consume for big audience, that type of art will show there first, easier than so-called kind of appreciated art by kind of more traditional means.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Anne, Erik, and Pekka, for your interesting comments. Thank you participating in this panel discussion. And it's soon 4 o'clock, and I think it's time to close this opening event.
Yeah, I have a suggestion.
Yes,
can we still look
please.
at the feed? We could look at what people have been creating.
Yes,
in
yes,
augmented reality,
yes,
okay.
sure.
So let me just share my screen, and this is a collection. We looked at it earlier today at some stage, and there's new works and there's old works, and they're sorted in a feed. So let me just quickly show some of them here. So let's look at this. This hand has been very popular with our viewers. Then we have this funny cat. It turns up, so Karma's cat is going around places like this Amelie gnome. So here it is like under the tree. Also the werewolf transformation has making its turn everywhere among our watchers. So here is it in somebody's living room, and then somebody's encountering somebody's dog. So this stomp theme is somehow really present. I don't know, maybe it's because I showed it in my initial scene with Thea that, you know, you can do this, people are copying it. And then the masked figure is appearing in places. Somebody is added to his like private collection. And I think this is the same author asking, what is the probability with this dog and cat? The sculptures are in many different yards now, so instead of being just in Cable Factory, but they have been put in different places, in different rooms. I think this is actually from the United States, so this is around the world. And the sad cone, overcoming grief, by, was it Henna, is also present in many places. I don't remember if it's Henna who is in entrance exam, so good luck to her as well. The mask, this is by me, this is my initial work. I've got only 3 likes, so it turns out that my works have not been so successful. And this is the beautiful masked figures in a cafeteria, which is otherwise empty by COVID-19. There must be some significant meaning in it, and the lazy cat going around. So I know we're running out of time, so I just wanted to show you a little bit of the feed, how it looks like from the screen. And as a reminder, if anybody, wherever in the world, still wants to join our exhibition, it is open, and as a reminder, before we finish off, we will leave it on. So this will be available digitally for the next month or so, and everybody can participate and find the works, find the anamorphic art that we discussed today in the collection by downloading 3D Bear app, searching for Keuda and Tartu models, like we described earlier in this feed. You get a 1 month free. You don't need to pay to get it, and then you can build these scenes as we just saw in the feed. And if you share it with this hashtag, it will become part of our feed today. All right, so that was my kind of a finishing touch.
Okay, so I want to say a special thanks to the talented art students and their great teachers. And it was their active participation and artistic skills which made this project possible. And their open-minded attitude towards this new way of making art with augmented reality. And also a big thank to the audience. I hope you enjoyed and found this event interesting and inspiring. And if we would be at the live event, I would give the students some flowers. So I have them here and send them to you like through computer virtually. Congratulations and all the best for your career as an artist. And thanks everybody.
Thank you, Thea. Maybe it's still worth mentioning about the Ouroboros exhibition, and I think something special coming regarding that. And if you still want to continue seeing these fantastic pieces of art, I don't know if Pasi, you want to say something. I think there's a continuation party coming this evening.
Yeah, there will be opening for Ouroboros and then a party afterwards. I don't really know where it is, but I hope you got the invitation.
It's the virtual party, right?
Yeah, virtual party, yeah.
Is it restricted, so can other people join than us?
Do you know Teija? Teija is here also.
I think it's in Teams, so we have to ask did they have made invitation to all of you. I don't know, but I can ask. We have time. We have time to send
it begins at 6 o'clock, the opening of Ouroboros.
So I guess it would be great if all of the students and teachers, if you want to participate, at least the project team, you're more than welcome. There are others. And Pasi and Teija, will you send the details? Because I have no idea how to join.
Me neither, but we find out.
And if somebody who's watching the stream wants to join the after party and maybe have a civilized glass of wine while hearing to Ouroboros' fantastic pieces of art, please let me know by email or message, and I can try to forward that invitation to you, if that's allowed.
Yeah.
Teija, do you want to say finishing words before?
It was very interesting conversation. I would like to hear more about that. It was thank you very much. And I have said this many times, but still I want to thank Tartu's Art School, your student and teachers, and also 3D Bear. Thank you. And also our school's teachers and students, thank you very much. It was so nice to be part of this project. Thanks.
You're welcome.
With these words, I think it's good time to finish. And thank you all the viewers of the stream for watching. It was an immense pleasure to be with you here today, and I wish future brings more anamorphic art for us to be. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.